Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome to another Mac84 live stream. My name is Steve, and this is another Mac84 live stream. That's getting a bit redundant, but that's what I do. So, hi. We have quite a bunch of people in the chat already. So, hello, hello, everyone. Let me make the chat window bigger so I can actually read everyone's names. There, that's better for my old eyes. How's everyone doing today? So, first we have SadMac356, we have RetroFox, we have Michael's Workshop, Sam is here. Thomas Armstrong is here. Truckaz is here. Adam McGee is here, which is good because this is his stuff we're working on today. Trina is here as well. Tom Barber is here. Let's see. Jeremy is here. Sabas is here. 2112 is here. Chris is here. LOL Brooke is here, or however you pronounce that. Sean of Action Retro is here. Colin of This Does Not Compute is here. And who else did I miss? Lemp K. Sorry, can't pronounce it. Horrible person, I know. Addy is here. Justin is here. You're working right now. Well, don't worry, Justin. You could catch up. This will be a long one, I'm sure. So, so those of you who did come here just before the live stream started, oh, Kurti is here. And apologies, I just cannot pronounce names too well. So it's just me being dumb. Hit my hand on this board. It's so big. This Mac 2 board is freaking big. And so anyone who stopped by the live stream before we went live would have seen the trailer that went on. Hello, Sinister Pisces. The trailer that I attached to this video, and that's my first time trying that out. I saw Bruce do it in a live stream or two, and I thought, oh, that's cool. I didn't know you could do that. So there you go. I edited that very quickly on my Mac Studio upstairs, which was very cool, by the way, and I'll talk about that in a minute. And I think that came out nice. So I think that's probably what I will be doing in the future when I have time to do such things. It doesn't always work out that I have time to create a trailer for something. Sometimes it's just like, okay, well, I have a few hours to kill. Maybe I'll work on this, maybe I'll work on that. I'm not sure. But this was a continuation of something that we were working on previously, and that was the Macintosh 2 boards that Adam sent us in. So that's what prompted me to say, oh, you know what? I know what I'm working on. And I shot some footage, evidently, of me working on this board like 5 minutes after the last live stream ended, because I'm like, you know what? Let me just scrape away on this, and I was able to reuse that footage. So, hey, Eric, thank you very much for joining. Hey, Bill. Nice shirt, says Chris. Well, thank you very much. Ron of Ron's Computer Videos says subscribe to Ron's Computer Videos. That's what Ron would say. Bill, I think a cat is typing on your keyboard, but that's okay. So I am still working on a few other things. Bill, I was working away on your Macintosh 2 board. I did not get any progress yet, but that's just, these problematic boards are always like that. So we'll keep trying. Bill says he will be here for a bit, then you got to go. No worries. That was a good Ron impression. So this board is what we have here today. This is Adam's Macintosh IIx. Is the second board in the series of 3 that he sent me. The first one we did get working. Yay! My goal is to try and get all 3 fixed. We'll see how that goes. But taking Ron's place. Nobody could take Ron's place. Nobody. Let's see. So let's take a look at this, and then we'll get to things. I'll talk a little bit about words. I'll talk a little bit about my Mac Studio. I am doing a video on it. It is something that is just arrived yesterday, so I'm like, I'm still like absorbing everything. I think just now it's like the 24-hour mark of me having it in the house, but I haven't used it that long. So let me regale you with a fun story, and I'll be doing a non-live video about the studio, I'm sure. Yes, it is, Adam. This will be included in that. But essentially what happened is I got the Mac Studio. You'll have to wait and see, Sean. You'll have to wait and see. What can you do with it? Well, Sabas, that's an excellent question. I think people on tinkerdifferent.com and in the chat here would tell you plenty of what you can do with it. Basically, keep to period-appropriate software. You'll have a good time. Oh, Justin, that's sad to hear. Anyway, the studio I got yesterday, I thought to myself, I'm going to be smart. So the day before the studio arrived, up to the day it arrived, I went through my startup disk, which is SSD on my Mac Pro 2012, and I erased all the crap that I didn't need there, downloads and stuff I didn't no longer need it, and I moved a lot of the big files for video projects and photo projects onto external drives where they would live now that I was done working on them. So I had about 500 gigs or so of data used up on that disk that would be transferred to the new machine, which is fine because I got the Mac Studio with a 2 terabyte drive because I knew I was at least going to be using up 500 to 600 gigabytes and I wanted free space. So I got the machine, unboxed it, didn't even turn it on yet, plugged in the USB 3 hard drive enclosure thing into it, started the machine up, and did the migration assistant, and put in the SSD into that enclosure. I put the wrong one in there. Put the wrong SSD in there. I put the SSD that is also in my Mac Pro, but that was basically the old hard drive I was using, the old High Sierra hard drive. When I switched over to Mojave, I basically got a brand new SSD and said, you know what, this would make things easier just in case I ever got to go back. I never had to. But I accidentally put the High Sierra disk in there, and it didn't dawn on me the name of the disk when it came up to the migration assistant, because I'm like, oh, that's weird. It's called something a little bit different, but it didn't dawn on me while I was doing that. So I let it sit there, and it took an hour and a half to copy over files from a USB drive enclosure to the Mac Studio. And that was a long time, but it didn't dawn on me why, because this is the first time I've been using the migration assistant since, oh geez, like 10 years. So I'm like, okay, well, this is just the way it is. And I just got the Lego Star Wars game. I pre-ordered it months ago, which is good because I don't have the cash to spend on games now, but months ago I did. And so I was playing that for a while and sort of got lost in it, which was a lot of fun, by the way. And I turned to look at the Mac Studio and it was all done. I'm like, oh, great. So I logged in. I got my desktop background. I'm like, okay, this all looks good. And then the folder started loading up on the desktop. I'm like, where did these folders come from? Was this some sort of weird iCloud sync? And then it dawned on me, I had copied over the wrong data. And in doing so, I would find out another way I've screwed things up. So what I did was figured out very quickly of how to restore these machines. It's very different than the Intel machines. You basically have to reboot the thing, hold down the power button to get into some special recovery mode. I erased the disk, and then I reinstalled the OS from the internet. It told me it was going to take 2 hours and 30 minutes. Then it told me it was going to take an hour and 30 minutes. And within like 20 minutes, it was all done. Then I put in the correct SSD, and it copied everything over in like 30 minutes. It was insane of how fast that was. And then my machine was all set and up and running. And I thought, okay, great. Problem is, I bought the Pro Apps bundle that Apple has with the machine. I figured, look, I was using such old versions of Final Cut. I didn't have all the other apps. So let's have everything in my App Store account. It was at a discounted price. So I'm like, all right, let's do it. Apparently, if you do that, despite what Apple's website says on the Pro Apps website page, where it says if you purchase this, you'll get an email with the PDF and the redemption codes and everything. If you order it with the machine, apparently they are pre-installed on the machine. And the way they get tied to your Apple ID is when you first start up the computer and you go to the App Store and it says you have applications to adopt to your account. The way I figured this out is because I was able to adopt those items into my account of GarageBand and these non-Pro apps. But the Pro apps were mysteriously missing. So I was on the phone with Apple support for about 45 minutes. I got jumped around to about 5 different people. And they finally figured out, oh, okay, yeah, that's the problem. We can't fix that right now. So they opened a support ticket and they told me it'll be a number of days. So that's fun. They also forgot to tell me and remind me that there's a Final Cut Pro trial available. So I figured that out. I remembered that and went and downloaded the trial, and I'm kind of back in business. But not exactly the smoothest get-go. Now I understand I screwed up by erasing the machine, which had these apps on there. However, still kind of weird that, yes, it's an edge case, but there should be some way for Apple to either say, okay, yep, look on your order number, we see those apps there. Here's the codes that you could just redeem or whatever, and all that stuff. So in sort of a pickle here, I will be doing a video about this probably, when that resolves itself, or maybe just leave it as an open-ended thing. But yeah, that's what I was doing. yesterday. Finally got sort of everything sorted today. Had some weird issues with Final Cut Pro. It turns out the background rendering process was screwing everything up. So I unchecked that because I was getting beach balls and hangs. I had to force quit the app, and I'm like, this is strange. Never even ran into this stuff on my old machine. And, it turns out unchecking the background rendering process, which I usually have unchecked. So I guess in this trial that just checked it by default, everything was fine. So yay. So that's all settled. I did do a few export tests. I loaded up my Macintosh Clones Part 1 video, which is a 4K video 32 minutes long. Exported the whole thing in just under 9 minutes. That would have taken me like 45 minutes, 50 minutes on my old convoluted solution of rendering it to my old Office 2015 MacBook Pro. Because my Mac Pro would render it, but it would give me artifacts and stuff like that. So, my goodness, is this thing a speed demon. So, yeah. But that's, anyway, how that's going. I've been playing around with Final Cut Pro and a few other things. Very interesting to see some of the new things of the new OS, because I have not used it before, really. My last use of daily driver was on Mojave. This machine's on High Sierra. And I have a laptop with Catalina, but I hardly ever touch that. So, yeah, you can still install the Intel versions of the Adobe suite, but some of them are, I guess, harder to download than others, I suppose, Adam. But yeah, it is really super fast. Going to do a full review of it, of like a real perspective of like, hey, look, here's someone coming from an Intel machine that's not like 2 years old, because every freaking YouTuber is like, it's faster than my 2016 or 2018. It's like, yeah, of course it is. But also you're used to a machine that's pretty damn quick already. Like, this is a jump. This is a decade difference. 2012 Mac Pro to a 2022 Mac Studio. I mean, come on. So anyway, lot of cool stuff there to unwrap, and I'll do a little video about that, but you just got a little preview of what I'll be talking about in them. It's only 32 bits only. Yep, so it only runs on Mojave. Anyway, before I continue, I don't want to forget to plug this, because this is going to be a fun thing. Nope, wrong thing. I had to find the thing I have here. Here we go. So this will be cool. This is going to be tomorrow, Thursday. So let me bring this up on screen. So tomorrow, Thursday, at 1:30 p.m. Eastern on YouTube, you could follow Stephen Hackett here, or click on the link. I'll put it in the chat in a moment. But I will be on the 512K Pixels show. That is going to be on their YouTube channel. The YouTube channel is appropriately named 512 Pixels. They do a period of shows there. There's the... it's screwed up there. Let me go back to that. Oh, come on. There we go. Let me just put the link in here. So Stephen invited me onto the show. You probably recognize the name from the 512K website and the blog posts and all that stuff. I think this is going to be a lot of fun. I always enjoyed the posts that him and his team have done. He's doing a lot of podcast stuff as well. As you can see the profile on the right. He's the co-founder of Relay FM, and he's a writer at 512K Pixels. So there's a lot of cool stuff. I'm very excited to be part of that. And so that's going to be going on tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. And it'll be a fun live show for everyone to join in. So please click on that, subscribe to that channel there so you get notified when that goes live, or bookmark that, set a timer on your egg timer, or your watch, or your phone, or your computer, or whatever you have. Just to remind you, because I think that's going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait. So that's something I'm looking forward to. Okay, so without further ado, let's get into this lovely machine here. And as you saw from the trailer, if you did watch the trailer, there was a lot of grime on here. So happy you're having a great time. I'm planning to get one before the end of the year. My 2018 Mac Mini tries to melt at idle. Ooh, that's not fun. How's the job hunt going? Well, I'm currently interviewing for places. We'll see how that goes. I have an interview on Friday. It was on Thursday, moved to Friday. And I have some other things that are going on. But it's very strange. I'll get emails from people. We have this role. We need to fill it. Are you interested? And I reply, yes. And that's the last I hear from these people. So what are you going to do? Oh, boy. I wish I could do this full time. But unless I magically quadrupled my income, that's not going to happen. But anyway, let's take a look at this ugly board. Sorry, Adam. I know you didn't do this to it, but look at this. Oh, gosh, we're starting out in a terrible spot. Oh my god, this is horrible. Let me adjust the camera just slightly here. This is corrosion, plain and simple. Oh god. Look at all this. This is corrosion. This is, you can't see the depth of this, but I will try and make it possible. Thank you very much, Justin. Let's see if we could visualize this how I'm seeing it, because I see this in stereo. I have two viewpoints, but obviously the camera is mono here, so you only really see one side of it. But let's see if we could do something like it's not really coming out the way I thought it would, but this is raised up. This is raised up. This is not flat. This is like a mountain. This is like a mountain. So I'm going to try and get this flat and get it back in focus here so we could take a look at it together and be horrified together. And I do have to adjust the white balance and the focus, and need to just clean the lenses of this microscope. I have not done that for a while. So what are we doing today? We are continuing our work on the Macintosh IIx logic boards that Adam sent my way. And this is going to be a lot of scraping. Headphone users beware. Wow, the corrosion is going under the battery terminals too. That's going to be fun. So this is going to be one of those jobs where I'm going to scrape a lot, and I'm going to have to put a lot of UV solder mask on, because there's no easy way to do this without taking hours and hours of my time to do it. So yeah, that trace is gone. That is completely gone. It's supposed to go from here to here, and that's gone. So what I'm doing is I'm scraping this away to try and see what other problems are going on, and then we could try and fix things up. But this stuff would just continue to eat away and corrode the board. So we want to scrape that all the way. And traces like here, even though they just have little dots, you don't know how deep they are. So it doesn't hurt to just scrape them away, and you could always paint them with some solder mask later. So we do have an old cap here. That's sort of in our way, but we'll work around it for now. And what's the point really of scraping that away is first to get away all of that corrosion. The second is to see better what's going on here. So if I zoom in here, let me focus once I zoom in. Let me just get this situated here. And anybody I did not say hello to, sorry. I did not mean to not say hello to you. Just say hello in the chat, and I will hopefully say hello back. The greenish stuff makes me think of an acid leak from a 3.6 volt Varda NiCad on a 486 board. Yep, corrosion is nasty stuff, boy. It is nasty. Yeah, so we're just gonna not hold back and just scrape the crap out of this, because it's not doing us any good now. Oh, that's ugh. And it's just gonna cause us problems later on. I mean, some of these little dots right here shouldn't be too problematic, but yeah, some of these are just little specks, but like here, this is worse. I mean, I don't know where this thing was stored or what its previous life was. I'm not saying Adam did this, because I don't think he did. This came like this to him. He bought a bunch of boards. And oh goodness, yeah, look, we have more corrosion here. And we have more corrosion here. Yeah, there's no connection between those paths anymore. So we're going to have to run some wire to make up all of the loose connections in these paths that are no longer connected to anything because of all this lovely corrosion that occurred. Isn't that nice? Oh boy. All the caps have leaked. Yeah, so it does not help that all the caps have leaked, but at least there's no battery corrosion. I mean, that's the silver lining here. It could be much worse. I am eating my words when I saw Bruce doing a similar repair on a Macintosh 2 series board where it was terrible. And I'm like, oh, wow, Bruce, I'm glad I'm not doing that. You couldn't pay me enough to do that. And now I'm here doing that. So Look at all the crap. Ugh, and we still got more scraping to go. That is just skimming the surface here. Only got them last year, bought them because they're full of NuBus cards, which all work fine. Well, that's good. I mean, at least you got out of them what you hoped to, and if the machines could be saved, that's a bonus, I suppose. Oh boy. It might be easier to just run traces all over these without digging out every little bit of corrosion, because this board is so big too. It's just hard to work on because I'm, resting my palms and my wrists on the RAM slots. And just look at this. My goodness, this poor thing. You can see I did some scraping for that trailer, but that was only the tip of the iceberg. There's plenty more to go here. This is a pretty new scalpel too, but you can see there's a break right there. At least it looks like a break. That might still be connected, but that is thin. Oh gosh. So I'm just looking around the caps to see if there's any other worse parts. C12 by the RAM slots is pretty nasty. C8 is going to need some attention. They all will need some attention, but I think this is the worst of it. So let's actually rip this cap off of here. It's not doing us any good by hanging on here while we try and clean this area. So let's do that. Well, Vintage Hillbilly Shack, sorry if you didn't get the notification. But yes, I am streaming. Unless this is some sort of parallel universe. No, I'm not using my Mac Studio. That is upstairs. That is in my office. And that will probably not be bringing itself downstairs until I do like a video on it and I want to like show it next to things. But no, I'm still using my Mac Pro down here. And will be for the foreseeable future. Alright, let's turn on our heat gun here. If you think the boards are gone, don't spend hours and hours on it. No, Adam, don't worry. What I'm going to do is going to rip the caps off, and get a better look at what's going on with it. And if we can, just ugly set it up with a bunch of traces and see what's going on. And if that works, then we can move forward, and then we could tidy it up after. But I don't think it's a goner at this point. But we shall see, I suppose. Because who knows what secrets this board holds within. I don't. I guess you're discovering your... yeah, this is not really a pleasant machine to do, but you know what? Who knows? This one might look terrible, and the other one that he sent me might look better, and that might be the one that's worse off. Who knows? All right. Ugh. Oh, it smells awful, Adam. And you know it, so don't tease me. absolutely awful. Alright, so we're going to turn on our soldering iron here because we're going to need that to clean some things up. I did clean up my desk a little bit. Just a little bit. So we do have a bit of a better space to work with here. I need to order more flux. I'm about halfway done with the syringe. Crusty, crusty, delicious vias. We have to clean up everything. Well, that's the thing. When people tell me, just like Adam was before, oh, if it looks bad, such and such. Well, it could look bad, but we don't really know the whole story. We can't have X-ray. We don't have X-ray vision, unfortunately. It's very difficult for me to tell at this point if this is going to be able to be salvageable or not. So we just have to work on it and go from there. It could be a Quadra 840 AV situation. I hope not. Or it could be a situation where, you know, it looks bad, but once those problem areas are fixed, it's actually not too shabby. So we will find out. And it takes time, unfortunately. There's no magic wand. Oh, if there was, I would be using it because, yeah, that would save me a heck of a lot of time. But it looks like we still have a lot of scraping to do just in this area. And of course, these are all vital traces. Going to areas like the startup circuitry and the memory controllers and the NuBus slots and all this stuff. So it's not like it's just going to something like that we won't be using or anything like that. Where pants are optional but encouraged. Oh boy. Is there a chemical that would just eat off the solder mask? Not sure. You've had a detector head and it would AI decide to clean scrape it from recreated diagrams. Easy server project. Yes, yes. Flux is what? Flux is a compound that basically makes it easier for solder to adhere to where it's supposed to adhere to. It's also better to be used when you're trying to desolder something or heat up something. Bruce at Brancus Creations on YouTube has an excellent YouTube channel going over the basics of soldering. If you all have any questions about what solder is or what flux is, I suggest you check those out. Somebody please dump a link in there to Bruce at Brancus Creations. I think he's still sleeping. I think it's like 6 a.m. there. So, oh boy. Okay, so let's continue here. So we're going to be scraping along. We're just scraping along. All the solder mask off. You could hear the scalpel scraping as we move along. Oh no, he's singing already. And the stream's just begun. I won't hear myself as you hear me, so in my head I sound okay. Oh, that's nasty. And I'm not just talking about the singing, folks. Ugh. And the other reason of scraping is to just see if there is a bad gap there where something is not connected, because it's very hard to tell if something is actually making a connection or not until, especially when it's covered with these dots and everything, until you scrape away. And yes, it looks ugly, but if it makes the board work, then you could clean it up afterwards. But unfortunately, to test that, you usually have to put all the caps on. Which, you know, take time. But what are you going to do? What would happen if you flooded the suspect traces with flux, then drag solder them? Well, I actually will do that. And what that will do is it will put solder all over the traces, and that's usually good enough. However, if there is a break, you will have to put a wire there. That solder is probably not going to fix any large gaps. It might fix small ones, and I've certainly done that before, where I just have to join it, and it'll be okay. But something like, let's use an example here. Let me focus a little bit. I apologize. It's a bit better. I'm a little bit off kilter here. I apologize. But right here, for example, if I had to well, that's not a clean break, but right here, I probably cannot bridge that with solder and feel comfortable about it. I'd probably want to run a wire like from here and then go all the way to this side. So. Yeah, because if there is nothing for it to adhere to, this silicon right here, this mask rather, the what used to be there. This is just you know, silicone, plastic, whatever you want to call it. This wire used to be there and is corroded. There's nothing for it to adhere onto. So that's why I use this little thin wire. They call it magnet wire or enameled wire. And we carefully solder a point here and then a point there, and we bridge these connections to make them whole again. Bodge Wire Forest, that's right. Indie punk rock band. I like the sound of that. Yeah, this flux is no clean flux, so I do not have to worry about it. But yes, you do want to make sure, like when you're buying any chemicals or materials for a project, that it's going to be compatible with your use case. A lot of different soldering materials, a lot of different fluxes, all that sorts of stuff. I'm sorry for the noise. I have this fan going. I'm going to turn it off for now because I'm not actively soldering, but that helps make sure I don't breathe in all the nasty stuff and don't stunt my life there, because who would want that? Not me. Oh, gosh. See, I'm trying to be selective of which traces I scrape, but it's like this whole area is just... ugh. Alright, so I think we've basically scraped away as many of the problem areas as we could. Just making sure I didn't miss anything major. And then we'll be starting some repairs. Looks like this one's actually pretty clean. But we could test that with the multimeter. Oof, yeah, that's a bit nasty. Corrosion is no joke, my friends. And it's hard to get your scalpel at an angle sometimes, too. Fun, fun, fun. Oh, look at these. Oh, boy. These probably are okay, but still, you want to stop that corrosion from actively eating away on the board. Ugh. I mean, look how far away this is from the capacitor, relatively speaking. And we still have these little dots of things that are eaten away, like here. And all of this, let's just do all of this. So scraping off the solder mask that was on those traces. Ugh. Oh boy, yeah, that's almost eaten away there. This, ugh, you can tell under there. Oh gosh. The more I look at this board, the more I question my sanity. Yeah, that's a bite in the board there. As is that. As is that. Now I'm going to go in here with the multimeter in a little bit, because if all of these have like breaks in them, well, might not be worth trying to salvage it. But we've done sillier things before, like the Quadra 840 AV, which we will not talk about. Oh, no worries, Curty. This is an Amtech flux. Now, Bruce of Brangus Creations, there's that name again, just did a video about Amtech flux, and apparently they were marketing and labeling their flux a little bit weird, and so he was buying what he thought was one type, and turned out to be a different type. So he's been recommending the wrong type, and I guess in theory I have been too. But this is an Amtech NC559 V2TF. Now, go watch his video on his YouTube channel, Brankus Creations, to learn a bit more about the differences between those fluxes and why one is preferred over the other. If you buy the wrong one, it's still flux. You'll still be fine with it. But that's the brand that I am currently using on his recommendation, and it works well for me. Doesn't mean you have to use that. But yeah, now let me just show you something quickly, because we've been zoomed in here for a while. Yeah, the large trace does look corroded. I want to show you, because we were very much zoomed in, I want to show you the area, the size of the area that we were working on. Can you spot the area? Can you see the area? You might be able to see it a little bit, because it's a bit more reflective. Right above these battery terminals. That's what we're looking at. This, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 square inch area. That's what we were zoomed into. And that shininess there is the reflectiveness of the copper traces that we were scraping the solder mask away from. So we were very zoomed in. It looks like we were canvassing a large area. We were not. we were not. We were not. Oh boy. Yes, Louis Rossmann uses that type of flux. I believe that's where Bruce got the recommendation from. But yeah, I'm just taking a look at. Oh gosh, there's more over there. There's a lot of corrosion here. This is just. This is going to be like Bruce's Spaghetti Mac 2. Oh god, that's pretty bad too. Well. Let's just keep scraping away, shall we? I have no doubt that there might be corrosion under some of these components. All we could do is pray that there isn't. Oh, God. The NuBus slots is where I'm concerned, because if you take a look here, switch back to the camera here. If you take a look here, here are the NuBus slots. This is the equivalent to a PCI or an ISA slot. This is where you plug in your peripherals, your graphics cards, etc. Now, this machine does no onboard graphics, so you have to plug in a graphics card. Probably a few hours, at the minimum 3 hours. That's going to be my guess. Who knows? Anyway, we have all little bits of corrosion here. All these traces are corroded here. Look at all that. These should be this green color. They're all black. That's corrosion. This I've already scraped away. This is what I scraped away in the trailer. Which finger? No, that's wrong thing. These are all I scraped away in the trailer. Remarkably, almost all of these had continuity except for I think this one right here. So that was all scraped away. Over here doesn't look too hot either. Look at all these. And this. Oh, this chip is going to have to come off and be cleaned. There's big pieces of corrosion over here. That trace is gone. That's going to have to be fixed. This has a bunch of spotty areas here. I mean, this is going to be a while. So we're going to take our best shot at it. I like a challenge. This is all as well. Especially that there. Ooh. But other than that, it's okay. Now what's weird is there's no capacitors here. There's no capacitors there at all. So maybe this was stored one way and just the leakage from, let's say, this capacitor here somehow made its way all the way over here, but that would not make sense of why it's all concentrated over here. So who knows? Who knows? But we're going to try. So first thing I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to whip off these caps to get a better understanding of what's going on with the board and under such things, especially in these problem areas here. And then we'll continue our scraping fun session, which is fun in air quotes because, of course, it's not fun. Oh, gosh. And that way we get most of the fish smell out and done with, like, right away. Okay, so let's put that, oops. There. Sorry you're not seeing this. I'm just putting flux by the capacitors. And I have a little bit of an excess flux on the end of my syringe, so I'm just taking my scalpel, picking up some of that and manually just placing it next to where I need to heat things up. And usually that flux helps a little bit, but especially with crusty old boards like this, you need every bit of help you could get. Water. Yeah, maybe it was water, Justin. Who knows? Oh, and yeah, Justin, I just caught the end of your stream last night. I was playing a game with some friends, so I wasn't able to catch on, but I caught you and Joe playing around with your 2CI. Oh, well, you got your work cut out for yourself there, buddy, but best of luck to you. Okay, let's see if we could... What I'd like to do is sometimes just put a little bit of solder at the end of these caps to try and suggest that they get the heck out of here, but that might not work. Anyway, let's turn our fan on so we don't breathe in as much of this crap. board is so large, you're not going to be able to see all of it on the microscope. Oh, it smells awful. That one almost popped. I don't like it when they pop, because it's disgusting. And it scares the bejesus out of me. It's enjoyable for you folks, but not very much for me. Oof. Okay. Okay. It's fish and chips. Yeah. Yes, Justin, I would absolutely love that. I'll hop on your channel anytime. This week's a little busy. I have an interview on Friday, and I have that podcast on Thursday. But maybe sometime next week. Monday morning into the afternoon is a little bit rough for me, but pretty much any other time, I think I'm good. But I'd be happy to, Justin. That'd be a lot of fun. I actually would very much enjoy that. Maybe we could get your 2CI resurrected. People recommend soldering tweezers a lot, and while that's all well and good, different tools work for different people. I'm pretty happy with this method. I don't really have too much trouble. The time you took to see those caps come off, there's not really any metal to adhere to. See how the traces, or the pads rather, have the metal under the capacitors. For those particular types of capacitors, there's really nothing for your soldering iron or your tweezers to touch. It's very difficult. You'd have to melt the bottom of those caps, generally speaking, to get to some metal, and then you could heat them up. And so what I usually do is just take a soldering iron, if I'm having really a lot of trouble, and those caps were in too much trouble, and just stick the soldering iron under there and melt, because the problem is these caps are very old and crusty. A lot of the solder has been corroded, or has gone yucky, and so there's not going to be that heat to melt the connection and to free that capacitor. So that's why it takes so long sometimes. But I'm not going to say no. I just don't have soldering tweezers, and that's not something I've tried just yet. And maybe next time I have some disposable income, which is not going to be anytime in the near future, I don't think. That might be something to pursue, but that's just my opinions on it. Well, thank you very much, Vintage Hillbilly Shack. I'm going to call you VHS for short, because I like that. It reminds me of videotapes. So we're basically just cleaning up this area just a little bit. doesn't look like there's too much work to do here. This chip has some nastiness on it. But as far as the traces go, it doesn't look too terrible. Just duct tape regular traces. Ah, boy. Yeah, so here's my thoughts on the twisting method. I will tell you, you could do whatever you wish. That's fine. I have no objection to anybody doing whatever they want. Hey, Mark, how's it going? Thank you very much, Macintosh IIx, for the super chat. Eep, thank you very much, sir. Greatly appreciate it. Check out Macintosh.com. They have an excellent store. My goodness, they have some very cool stuff for your Apple and Macintosh vintage computers. Check out Macintosh.com, please. My method of using the hot air is something that I didn't always use. I used to twist and pull, and my goodness, did I make a mess out of things. Now, yes, I understand there are different methods to twisting and pulling capacitors off the board. However, in my personal experience, even when I've taken dead boards and just tried it just for the sake of it, I've always run into problems. And it's very, very easy, especially on boards that are 30 plus years old, to have that pad of that cap be adhered to in such a way that it'll just rip that trace off with it. I've repaired so many boards that people have sent me where they have done an attempt themselves to try and recap it, ended up ripping off pads and all this stuff, and I charge them a considerable amount more because I have to go through and fix all the mistakes that they made. So generally speaking, I do not advise, unless you are very confident in your abilities and you are fine with repairing the traces that may break in the result of that process, I would say do not do that. However, I am not an expert. I am just doing this for fun. I'm a tinkerer. I'm an enthusiast. If you want to do it a different way, that is completely up to you. Use the tools and methods best suited to your work. I have clients paying me to do these things, and I prefer to do them in a certain way to minimize the amount of work I have to do in the future, and that's where I am on that. But if you want to go ahead and do that, fine. Just understand the risks involved. I'm sure if you would twist and pull a cap off of a machine that's probably 5 or 10 years old, you would likely be much more safe than you would on a vintage machine. But that's just my thoughts on that. 1988, you got that right, Adam. Oh boy, I feel old. Okay, so we got those 3 caps off of there. Let's just continue getting the rest of these off. I think I had some metal here somewhere, maybe. Well, I look for that. Let me bring this up here. I just want to share this. I mentioned Macintosh IIx before because Mark of Macintosh IIx is in the chat. Lovely individual with lovely stuff on their store. I just want to show just a little free plug for them. Very cool things that they have on their store. They have replacement feet for your Quadracentrus or PowerMac. They do have a few things that are sold out, but they have a cool clear case. Look at that for an 80B mouse. They also have a bunch of Apple II stuff. So you take a look at that. If you have any interest in vintage or Apple Macintosh computers, there's a lot of cool stuff that they have here. So check that out. A lot of hard work has gone in to engineering some of these things, especially these serial cards that they have. There's a brand new unpopulated Macintosh SE logic board you could check out. So a lot of cool stuff here. So Mark deserves your eyes. If you are new to the vintage Macintosh community and you're not aware of Macintosh, they've been around for quite a while. They have had quite a few successful Kickstarter campaigns. So that's something to be aware of. Very, very cool. Oh, you are so welcome, Mark. You are so welcome. Yeah, there are corroded spots everywhere. You got that right. Oh my goodness. I'm sure hard art works better. I just don't have any fancy tools at the moment. I recap displays. Well, electrical outlet, that is totally fine. I started out without a hot air station, and I twisted and pulled caps. I eventually upgraded to a soldering station that was about $80 US, a cheapo unit, but it did have a hot air station and a soldering iron. Now, was it the best? No, but it was a budget thing that I could afford, and at the time, that's what I went with. There's no problem that that's how you're starting out. That's how I started out. All right, so I'm going to just look for these little pieces of metal that should shield the heat from the hot air gun, because you have to, make accommodations for these sorts of, for these sorts of things. So I'm just putting a very dusty and grimy what do they call those? They're these old blades, snap blades or cutter blades, whatever you want to call them. Use a Dremel to remove all the solder marks and bodge wires, then pour your new solder marks over the whole board, and then we'll just put resin on top of it. How about that, Adam? That sounds great. Oh, you get creative, I'm sure. Oh boy. Yeah, and those cheapo soldering stations and stuff like that, they have their purposes, they have their limitations, but look, you got to start somewhere. I started out with a $20 soldering iron from Radio Shack that had a 15 watt and a 30 watt switch. That's all it had. No temperature, just how much energy you're shoving towards it. And I thought I was terrible at soldering. Turns out I didn't know a lot. Also turns out that tool was not the best tool for the job. But I digress. All right, so let's use our fancy tools and get this stupid capacitor off the board. Oh no, you don't want a clear case on this one, Adam. You don't want that. Oh, I can smell this. Oh, it's terrible. Wish I had 3 hands sometimes. So this is a very stubborn capacitor. Sometimes wiggling it just slightly helps because everything is heated. It may detach itself from the solder underneath. And I could actually see the little leg here on the side, and that's not budging at all. So perfect example of when it's time to use our friend the soldering iron to help this thing just a little bit along, which it might not even do, but I'm going to try. So you see there's this little leg. You might be able to just barely see it. Right? Oh, you can if I bend it. But anyway, the little leg here is what is soldered to the pad, and that, there. Now, just with the tip of the iron, I was able to loosen that up. And adding fresh solder does help. Of course, it's very difficult to get fresh solder to stick on something that's so old and crusty. However, hopefully you'll see. Let me add some more flux here. It never hurts. Why isn't that? Oh, I messed up there. Hopefully you'll see that. What the heck is going on here? Oh, I screwed that up big time. Oopsie. Oopsie. Well, I screwed up my syringe here. Well, let's just try and do it this way. I'll have to fix that. I have a little tool I was shoving into my my flux syringe, and I think I broke it. But anyway, we're all old and crusty in our own way. And of course, with hot air, things can be hot. So you want to be careful. See, that solder is melting. I think that side is going to still need some work. This side should hopefully come a little bit easier. There we go, finally. So that was not a fun one, but we succeeded eventually. Yeah, lead-free solder is where you're going to run into issues with those cheap soldering irons. I use leaded solder. I understand that's not accessible in some areas of the world, but that's what I prefer to use for these old boards. And it's given me a bunch of a lot less trouble than lead-free solder. But that's just a personal preference. Again, you'll find when you're repairing this stuff, it's a bit like an art project. You could do things a bunch of different ways, but, you know, you each come to your own conclusions and preferences. And yeah, we have a bunch of crap we're going to have to scrape away there. That's going to be fun, I'm sure. Ugh. And this is just adhesive that was put there. When the original capacitors were placed on the board, these little pads of whatever, glue, whatever you want to call it, was there to help keep those components to stay on the board before they were soldered with a pick-and-place machine or a solder bath, etc. So, that helps a little bit. You can smell that from there. Yep, I bet you can. I bet you can. My hot air station is a cheap Chinese one. It actually works decent. Never be embarrassed when starting. The hard part is just to start. Yes! Yes, yes, yes. My old soldering iron, the cheapo one, I used it so much it literally broke. So I could not have afforded this $80 soldering iron and this, I think it's $120 solder station, and this $120 solder sucker machine until years after I started doing this for fun. I started doing this around 2017, 2018. It's now 2022. I just purchased this hot air station last year, and I just purchased this solder sucker this year, or maybe this was even very early this year. But there you go. All this stuff takes time. I am not shaming anybody for starting with what you got, because look, I've been there. I know exactly how that is. It's not too far away of the time when that occurred. So we are going to scrape this a little bit. These all just look surface mount. I don't see any problems really. So what I'm going to do is a little trick here. Scrape this away just enough over there, and I'm going to do the same thing just enough over here. And yes, I know I'm missing a lot of those dots, but this is exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to test the continuity between those 2 points, and we're going to focus on the microscope a little bit better, because it's going to be hard for you to see what the heck's going on. There we go. Now my microscope is a little tilted, so that's why some of the picture is focused, the other is not, but we'll have to fix that up. New loose leaf tea just arrived in mail. Enjoying a couple of mugs of Earl Grey, watching you engage in terrible battle with that corruption. Corruption and corrosion. This is corrupted too, I think. But that is very nice of you, Sinister Pisces. I'm glad you are enjoying the show. Alright, so what I'm going to do, this multimeter is in continuity mode, which means if the one probe and the other probe are touching the same thing that has continuity, it's going to give me an audible beep. And so I'm going to put my multimeter on one part that has been exposed and the other part. And we hear that that trace is intact. So we're going to do that to everything. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Oops. Oh, I mixed those up. That one's fine. That's fine. That's fine. So we are not really having any problems here, which is good. We do have minor corrosive dots all over these traces, but that tells us that we don't necessarily have to run any traces to resolve anything. On the contrary, let's do that same test up here. I think the results will be a little bit different. So we have this nasty trace here. Look at that. That's even broken there. And there's still a bit of a trace under here. And then it goes blank. And so, yeah, there's a clean break here. Look at that. There's still something has survived under here. Just a little bit, though. And so there's a clean break. We're not getting any continuity on this side. So we're going to have to run a wire from here. Probably all the way to here, just to play it safe, because there's a lot of pits over here too. Surely those traces are still good. Don't call me Shirley. Alright, so we're going to do the same test here and here. That's fine. That's fine. Let's try this one here. That's okay, surprisingly. Now, Even if you get a beep, sometimes you might want to put some trace repair on there if it's a voltage line or something that's of vital importance and you want to make sure it's going to keep a connection. That one's fine. That one's fine. This one's bad. This one's actually fine. So this board took a lot of abuse, but even with that abuse, in this whole area, we only have one trace that is in massive need of a repair. Now, one could say, yes, you should repair all of those, and you could, but for the process of elimination, we're just going to repair that one trace as we move forward with this board to see, try and just fix the biggest problems and seeing if you get any signs of life. Because the thing is, if you spend so much time and energy fixing every little bits and piece on this board and at the end of the day it doesn't work, well, then that's not really good now, is it? It's just insulating the copper. it's just helping a little bit. Yeah, so we're gonna continue down here. Now this one has some nasty bits there. It looks like there's a break. Nope, that's still okay, seemingly. And again, you don't want to just trust the multimeter outright. You want to inspect things with your eyes and be like, you know what, like this here, that's a pretty big bite out of there. That might just be on the surface there, but I would probably run a trace there just to keep that happy. Yeah, so doesn't look too bad, but sorry. Maybe it's just insulating the copper. Well, see, is this area what you were referring to, Michael? Because there's so much dirt and grime here. Let me just clean off this because my elbow keeps touching flux. There is so much dirt and grime here that there is some bits of copper under there that we were getting a signal for, but if I were to get rid of that grime, we could see some of the copper that's maybe at the lowest level of where that is. And this, right from this point on, there's nothing. This trench is empty. There's absolutely no copper there. So if we were to clean that up with a cotton swab with some alcohol on it, you'll see that pretty clearly that it stops there. There's absolutely no trace between them. So I would not say that there is any copper going from here to here. If there are little bits and pieces left behind, that's not helping us. So it's very difficult to see on a mono eyepiece. And this microscope is very dirty and dusty. I do have to clean this terribly, and I apologize. Let's see if I can do that now. Whee! It's using a Q-tip. That's not helping. But yeah, essentially, if we... Let's try and get a very good view on that. My microscope is a bit tilty, but let's try and zoom in. I want to show you a good example of this. There we go. That's a good example. So you can see here the trace second to the bottom of the screen. On the left is copper. On the right is nothing. So that is the little trench. No worries, Michael. Please ask questions. Everyone ask questions. This is what we're here for, to teach and to learn. I'm not an expert. I don't pretend to be. I just have a lot of experience with this crap. And so I like to pass on things. So yes, you can see that copper is coming along and then it's just gone. It's literally gone. Has been corroded. That was the spot that was all bubbly and looked like a pile of dust. And you could see that's what it turned into. So we do have a bunch of breaks here. We could see, and just look how nasty some of these bits are. Now, some of these are just on the surface level, just a minor scratch or a minor nick in the copper. And it's showing dark because that's just the way the light is on it. Now, if I tilt this a little bit, well, I can't because we're in focus. Some of that will turn away, and you won't see it as badly. Let me see if I could get a different focus view here. Yeah, I mean, some of those still appear black, and some are a little bit less. But, you know, there's a thin bit of copper maybe still connecting, but yeah. Generally, you clean off vinegar after with IPA bath. It isn't left on after neutralizing is done. Oh, okay. Yeah, you do want to wash the vinegar off. You don't want to let it sit there. It could cause more damage than you actually want it to. So, all right, just focusing in there. Let me just catch up with the chat and see if I missed anything. Oh, I just want to see who called me before. A phone call, a missed call. Nope. Okay, I'll call them back later. All right, so yeah, this is going to be an uphill battle, but what do you expect? What do you expect? So I'm going to continue just trying to take these caps off the board before I forget. Oh, look at that. That's a crusty boy. That's very crusty. Very, very crusty. I'm going to take some isopropyl alcohol and a cotton swab. Wasted that flux. Put some more in here. Ugh. That's why when you're dealing with machines like this and they don't work, you always want to check near the capacitors, because that's usually where most of the damage has been done. And this chip will likely have to be removed just to see what's going on under there. Turned lawn yellow. Ugh. Oh boy. All right, let's see if I can fix this syringe thing. No, I broke this syringe, I think. Yeah. Oh well. That's going to be fun. A little dab of flux there. Yeah, so my flux syringe solution has sort of exploded on itself. We'll figure that out. Why bother with it now? You have these two over here. This board is so large it's at the edge of my desk. I'm going to put this piece of metal by the memory banks to help protect that plastic. Power 120! Oh, that's a shame that the card is missing. Is it a NuBus based one or a PCI based? I think that's PCI, but I could be wrong. I may be thinking of the 132, not the 120. NuBus based. Oh, that's cool. I don't have a NuBus based one. I have PCI based ones, but kind of want one now. You can't have them all, Steven. You can't have them all. Alright, sorry, just catching up on the chat here. Oh, a stink for the PSU fan. Ooh, that sounds fun. Well, if you are not ever... well, let me rephrase this. If you ever want to get rid of that clone, let me know! Match it up with that. That's a good idea. That's a good idea, Vintage Hillbilly Shack. Oh, gosh. Actually, this trace doesn't look terrible. We've got little spots in here and stuff that look questionable, but... let's take a look. Get some of that adhesive goo off of there. Sometimes there's just enough corrosion for that solder mask with heat just to come off on itself. And in that case, you don't have to really do any scraping. You can see the silver parts are where it has been right under the cap, so it's corroded quite a bit. And if I am careful with the soldering iron, I can just coat that. But I don't think that's broken. That looks pretty clean to me, but it is... You can sometimes still be surprised. You never know. Fan stink was organic. Probably. Probably mildew and dirt and smoke and who knows what else. I have a Macintosh 4400, which smells like mold to the point where someone renamed the hard drive Mold Mac. So I have to pull apart the power supply and fix it up, but currently it's just sitting on my shelf looking pretty. Alright, I bet if I do a continuity test here... Rudy! Hello, Rudy! Whoops. Rudy got here and I got my multimeter tangled in my fan. Hi, Rudy. How's it going? My iJack Mac G3 smell like perfume after you leave it on for a while. That's normal. It's from the factory. No, it's not. Look at that. Continuity. So, although this trace looks a little funky, that should be okay. But we're going to move right along to the other capacitors. New in box Apple RGB, Apple Color RGB analog board. Ooh, Adam. Oh, the good bits, don't you? Sounds cool. Oh yeah, that chip looks fun. Ugh. And this is going to be fun too, because it's right next to the plastic of the NuBus slot here, which we don't want to melt. So I'm going to go grab my Captain tape here. That tape alone is not going to help it, but coupled with some heat and such, like a metal rather, should be okay. Alright, let's try and get this over here. This one's not going to come quietly. Oh, look at that. Prove me wrong. That's nice. Bruce is here. Good morning, Bruce. Do you enjoy the smell of horrible capacitors in the morning, sir? Because that's what you're getting with this horrible board. Now, since Bruce is here, let's take him on a tour of all the fun stuff we discovered. First off, remember, Bruce, when I said I did not envy you for you messing around with that spaghetti Macintosh 2? Well, got my own spaghetti to work with here. Look at that. Had to do some scrapey here. Had to do some more over here. Had to do my fair share of it over here as well. Had to do plenty of it by the NuBus slot. Ooh. So who knows if this will be salvageable? We'll figure it out. Oh, God. Okay, so let's get back to wherever the heck we were. That was by capacitor 10. C10. You sunk my battleship. Yeah. Yeah, that area does not look fun. We'll come back to that. Let's get all the caps off first. Oh, this will be fun. Right next to plastic again. Yay. Yay. It is juicy, Bruce. It is juicy. Oh, boy. Yay, Bruce is filming part 3. Bruce's soldering tutorials are excellent. Again, check out Brankus Creations on YouTube. I've been plugging your channel, Bruce. I've been getting some good questions that people have been asking, and your videos have those answers. So why bother explaining them in an inferior way when people just could go to Bruce's channel and be like, oh, yep, there we go. Right, I'm actually going to move this board closer to where the heat gun is, because I'm going to need that, because the hose isn't that long here. So, oh, this is going to be awful. This board just sticks out and just juts into my stomach here. Where am I? Where am I? Where am I? There we go. Ugh. See if I could put something heavy like my water bottle on the end of this. Yeah. That's still not going to help that much. Oh, yep. There goes my water bottle. Thankfully, I had the cap on. You're very welcome, Bruce. All right, let's try this thing. So, this might be a little hard to see, but we're going to try. Oh, it smells awful. My fan's not on. These caps have all been a pain so far. Ugh. Ugh. And another one right by the NuBus slot. Card, port, whatever the heck it is. Oh, and that one's all lovely too. Oh yeah, I scraped that away. That's just like on the other board. That trace was just gone. That seems to be a weak point just because of where this capacitor is. So, I'll have to fix that up. You know, plastic looks okay. Oh boy. How many more do we have to remove? 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. Right next to that cap. It's gonna be fun. Bruce missed the fun where the plunger to my flux broke. So I literally have a screwdriver dipped into the back to paint it on like a weird madman. That's well more than a Rossmann of flux, but I will spread this fluxy joy to the other cap on this side here, which is right next to the memory modules. That's gonna be fun. Fun, 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 fun. Here's the plunger. Because my plunger, whenever I plugged it in, all the flux will come out because this thing is not on there correctly. It was broken from the factory. So I was shoving this screwdriver in, and I guess I shoved it in too much that like whatever was pushing against it broke, and so now it's just all soft in there. So I have to inspect that further. I'm sure there's a way to fix it, but whatever. Time is money. I also told everybody about your flux video, Bruce. Check it out. Ugh, nasty ones. Very nasty. Do all electrics of that era have this problem, or is this just specific brands Apple happen to use? I would strongly advise, if you have anything that you hold dear and that has 20 or 30-year-old capacitors in it that are electrolytic, you should replace them. The capacitor, let's show you here. See, it has this little bit of a base. Over time, that base can weaken, and the stuff that's in that capacitor, which is a liquid, can spill out. Or the capacitor could dry up, and it's not regulating the voltage as it should. And there are many other reasons. So, yeah, you do not want to worry about these caps. Apple didn't use just a specific brand. Different revisions use different brands, and they all have the same problem. PC manufacturers have the same issue. Electronics manufacturers have the same issue. So it's not just an Apple thing. It's just that it seems that the placement of these specific caps and the type of caps that was often used and the conditions that these machines were kept in. And let's face it, most people tend to hang on to their Macs because they were a bit more expensive. So there are more of these machines, figuratively speaking, that people want to fix up rather than an old PC that they recycle. I think that's partly to do with why we're seeing such a need to recap these systems. I'm not saying people didn't hang on to the PCs, but it seems like a lot of people were reluctant to throw out these old Macs. When it comes to old PCs, most people just upgraded and donated the other one, or they kept it wrong and then sold it to somebody else or whatever. But weird folks like us hung on to our Macs. So, no worries, Rudy. Take care. Good night. No, we're not doing that, Retro Techie. Hey, Ryan, how's it going? Thank you for your help the other day. My goodness, I was talking about this on the beginning of the stream, but that Mac Studio is a screamer. Ran into some minor issues. They will be detailed on a video I talked about at the beginning of this stream, so I'm not really going to repeat myself. Ran into some minor issues. But by and large, that is one freaking fast machine. I'm very excited. I feel like, you know, someone gave me the keys to a rental car that I'm not supposed to have. And so I'm like, is this for keeps? Is this really what I'm playing with right now? Am I allowed to have this? You know? That's kind of how I feel right now. The guilt of like, is this mine? Should I really be messing with this? Very odd sensation. But by that machine, so far, I am loving it. And it actually goes to sleep with the USB hard drive connected. I know. Blasphemy. RetroTechie, I'll let you test that. I don't want to take away from your fame. Alright, so those caps are off. This is the one I'm not looking forward to. And you will all understand why, hopefully. Ugh. Right next to the plastic of the memory. Ugh. This might get a little melty, Adam. Sorry. No, we're going to try our best here. Because, oh, that is just right next to there. Really. Now, if there was any a time to do the twisty and pulley, you know, then probably not, you know, the worst idea, but let's try and get this off with the hot air. See how that goes. Some of these caps have been very, very annoying to get off. So let's hope this one comes quietly. Let's hope that tape also keeps this in place. I don't have any springs like Bruce does to hold these razors up there, but we'll do what we can. Of course, this is hitting the edge of my microscope. You can see that maybe a little bit better, but let's try it. Yep, there's a bunch of fun bits on this memory slot that we'll have to look at, but one thing at a time. Oh boy. Alright, let's see how that did. That's not bad. It's not too bad. It's disgusting, but not too bad. Yeah, you also have to keep in mind how things were used. If capacitors, especially like those on an analog board, which they're very susceptible to were in hot temperature environments, there's some corrosion there, were in hot temperature environments or things that got very hot and were used in hot environments or humid environments or whatever, that will also cause some corrosion and leakage and all that fun stuff. Yeah, I'm going to test this point. That looks like... Ugh, that doesn't look good. You will also see leakage in there, even on through-hole capacitors, and to a lesser extent axials, but I've seen all types of caps leak, so... I've seen them all! I think that's still making a connection there. Look at that, that's a cracked join there at the top. So let's zoom out here a little bit. So actually doesn't look terrible. So that's good. That's good. Wiggle, wiggle. Hey, Kate, how's it going? How's it going? All right, we're down to the last surface mount cap here. We are not out of the woods yet. We have tons of horrible traces that we have to repair on this thing. But here we go. I'm going to put a sticker, well, a piece of tape, over the serial number sticker here to somewhat protect it from the gunk that we're about to put on here. I feel like I'm painting nails or something. Anywho. Well, thank you very much, Kate. Oh, it's so exciting. I spent like the first 15 minutes of this stream talking about it, and I'll be doing a video about the machine, but by and large, experience is very, very positive. That thing is stupid quick. I exported a 32-minute 4K video in 9 minutes. Under 9 minutes. So, very, very cool. No more wondering, oh, is it going to export? Am I going to have any artifacts? Nope, just works. Makes me very happy. It saved me tons of time. Yeah, look at that. Came right off. Artifacts do belong in a museum. Let that cool down before I start trying to talk over it. I'm glad I took that off. There's definitely little spots of corrosion under there. There are all sorts of little dots everywhere on this board. I mean, everywhere. Just look at all those little bits of corrosion. Okay, so now that powered down, I could talk. 4K is great. I in the past I selectively shot and edited in 4K. The reason I selectively shot in 4K was, let me switch angles here so we could have a bit of a discussion for a little bit. The reason I selectively shot in 4K was for videos like the Macintosh clone series and stuff like that, where I'm like, look, I'm going through all the process of setting up these shots with fancy lights and with the CRT and matching the refresh rate of it and all this stuff, that if I want to use this down the line for another thing, I want it to look good. I also want to have some visibility to zoom in and stuff like that. However, I would argue that there are downsides to it. It takes up a lot more space, which is fine if you have it. I have a 14 terabyte project drive, which is about half full right now. So not everything that I shoot is usually in 4K. However, another problem was my machine, even if I was exporting a 1080p project, sometimes that 4K file, it would just like take longer to scrub or to edit or whatever, and it'd be a bit more problematic. On this machine, everything is as smooth as silk. It's like, my goodness, you're scrubbing through 4K and it's like, it's like, it doesn't care. It's really crazy. Now, this is the 4K footage that comes from my my DSLR, Panasonic Lumix GH5S, and the iPhone 13 Pro. So, you know, the files are a little bit different. They're both MPEG-4 or HVEC or whatever, depending on the device. If I were to be shooting like ProRes stuff, the Mac would handle it fine, but the file sizes would be even bigger. I do want to experiment with, there's a few modes on my DSLR that I think are H.265, which should compress a bit better, but I think I need tools to like modify the footage or whatever afterwards. I have been also playing around with, since this machine can do HVEC encoding so much better than the older one, For example, I took a 22 gigabyte, 19-minute long 1080p file that was just recorded on QuickTime Player with the microscope or one of these cameras. No, it was with my video scaler actually. And it just, for whatever reason, it took a massive file size of 23 gigabytes was the file size. And it was only 19 minutes. And the quality was okay, but it was also from a VGA signal. So there was a lot of noise in there and stuff like that. So I'm like, oh, let me make this an HVEC video file and see how much space I save. It compressed it to under 2 gigabytes. From 22 gigabytes to under 2 gigabytes. And the quality difference, very, very negligible. So small you probably wouldn't even notice it. Especially considered YouTube compresses things also and all this stuff. So that was a massive difference, and saves me space on my hard drive too, because this is when I was doing that Raw SCSI video, I recorded the screen capture, and when I was doing that Video Vision video for the Quadro 800, I recorded the VGA capture for like hours until the machine kept running out of space, and I'd have to transfer the file to the network, and you could see why. 19 minutes it took up 20 gigs because I was recording at high quality, which was 1080p. And QuickTime Player didn't have a finite way to adjust that. And in hindsight, I could have recorded it differently. But anyway, it was pumping out these massive video files. And so with HVEC encoding, I could compress that down a little bit, which would help. I had to actually see if I'm still recording an HVEC on here, because I was running into a problem on my machine for a while. And I did switch it off, but I think I turned that back on. Go to camera. Let's see. Formats. Yeah, I am in the high efficiency format, which is good. So that does save me a little more space there too. Yes, Trina, I will be. I'll probably take a little bit of a dinner break too. In fact, I'm going to run upstairs, check on the status of said dinner, and because I'm getting a little bit hungry, not peckish, but a little bit hungry, and we'll return to this lovely mess in a moment. But yeah, I'm super impressed with the performance of the Mac Studio, and probably any M1 Mac at this point. Let's be honest, with those hardware encoder speed boosts that they have built in there. I'm sure the M1 Mac Mini is just as speedy with things, but you get a bit of a boost with the faster processor and all the fancy new stuffs and what's its. So yeah, that's a thing. But yeah, that's been exciting. So we have about 34 of you here, according to this very delayed thing, which probably is not true. If I click on the YouTube Studio button, and we'll wait about 30 seconds for the page to load, because that's what we deal with these days. We will probably see the actual number of how many people. 34. Well, 34 was correct. Macintosh Librarian does excellent content. I'm very glad that she's getting shout-outs here. Mark says, my little girls love watching your stuff, and Mackie, Mrs. Librarian. There we go. You can't get better endorsement than that. Exactly. Yeah, Zodium, that's perfect. Yeah, the base M1 models do very well with 4K footage as well. This machine just rips through it, which is really cool. Which is nice because, for example, before this live stream, I was putting together a little bit of a trailer for it. It was only a minute long, so I took some clips and just mashed them together, did a voiceover, exported it, and it was like a minute and 10 seconds of the video file, or a minute and a half, and it exported it in like 30 seconds. I was like, okay, that's done. Upload to YouTube. So I don't have to wait anymore. I don't have to re-export anymore. It's very much a very cool process. So, all right, let me take a little potty break here and go upstairs, see what's going on with dinner. And I will be right back. Let me put on the groovy Be Right Back music you'd all dance to, and I'll see you in a few moments. No, I'm not eating dinner yet. I will probably in like 20-30 minutes. So be prepared for that. I just had to go take a little bit of a break. You know, biology is important. Okay. Let's take a look here. We just scroll up. Dance party indeed. Don't think Handbrake can use all of those cores. Well, it'd be interesting. Maybe it's not updated to use those cores, but let's see. I didn't get the M1 Ultra because that's just overkill for me. But Steve was not eating food. Ooh, tacos. All right, so let's take a look at what the heck we were doing here. Alright, so we took all the capacitors off the board. And now we get to look at all the lovely, terrible stuff that is really going on here. And I'm going to set the expectation here that we might not be able to power this on today, but we're gonna certainly try, because I'm very curious. See if that's just the surface or... Oh, gosh. All right, well. Sorry, Adam. It has to be done. Those look okay. I mean, we do have little dots and stuff. This board is so massive, I gotta move it around. No, Adam, it's not. Stop. And also the scraping helps me visually easily see where we were before. And what we have remaining to look at and do. And oh yeah, this is just... Those are bites taken out of this thing by the corrosion. Look at that. Look at this trace up here. Copper termites. Yeah. Ludicrous speed is a very good way to describe it, Adam. Good choice of words. Oh boy. You could just see the depth of that, of how far the corrosion has eaten into that trace there. Oh boy. Oh, we got some corrosion under here too. And under there. Oh god. This is a mess. If this was anybody but you, Adam, I'd be like, well, maybe not. Just getting the scalpel in at these weird angles. It's always fun. Okay, that doesn't seem to be too bad. Yeah, over here, look at this. See, a lot of them are just surface scratches, but... well, we'll see. I'm not declaring it a parts board just yet, but it is sure an ugly one. Now, when I was doing this earlier, scraping out this the other day, there was a big blob of like rust or goo or something, which was like right around here. So that's not encouraging. So there might be something under one of these slots, which unfortunately may not be making a connection, and I'm not really up for that today, removing these NuBus card slots. Oh yeah, look at that. Ugh, awful. Awful, awful. Yeah, it also gives me very little room to work with. So if there is something I have to fix, well, I could try. But I'm not really keen on wanting to have to remove those slots and such. That doesn't sound like my idea of a fun time. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't think people use these solely to print out garage sale flyers. This was a very high-end machine, and if somebody did have one of these in their home, it was doing a bunch of stuff. Unless you just had some idiot with money to burn that just wanted to buy the fastest thing possible. Ugh. Yeah, I'm very curious how this occurred, because, you know, yeah, these have little bits here and stuff, but that should be okay. Looks like we've seen the worst of it between these two slots here, these pairs of slots. Only 200 pins? Is that it? Is that all it is? Well, then what am I making a big fuss over? It's only 200 pins. Oh boy. Is this rust or something? Like, my goodness. Yeah, well, it oxidized and corroded the copper, so I guess that's why it is rust, or has turning into a substance very close to it. Because that's the vibe I'm getting here. We have some more crap here. Yes, if I fix it, I will print a flyer on it. You got yourself a deal. By the way, the cost of this repair is now $3 million. Demand suddenly skyrocketed. You all saw it. Alright, so I think, I mean, this looks horrible, but I think that's the worst of it. So the next thing I want to do with this, boy, hey Nate. Next thing I want to do with this is run little traces anywhere where those traces are not connecting. There's at least a handful that we noticed already. And we'll go in with our multimeter and do some tests. And once we're satisfied with that, we'll put some caps on it, see if it does anything. I will be taking a break for dinner. Probably about 20-30 minutes, something like that. You can hang out in the chat while I do that, but we will be continuing with this. My goodness. Sometimes it's fun to look up at the board and you see all the light that's coming through. You can kind of see it. See all the little green dots? You kind of see that on the camera, but it's fun to do that. It's fun. Oh boy. I have a big fat laser writer 2 NT, and if the roller would work, I could use it. That's the problem I have with mine, Nick. It does not want to cooperate in print. It seems like it's stalling. So I wish I had a solution for you, but unfortunately I don't, because I'm running into the same problem. All right, so let's go to that trace here that we have to fix. Might as well do that and try and start fixing this thing. So here to here is where we're gonna have to run a trace. I'm gonna slather it with some flux, and we're gonna get our soldering iron here. We'll put a big old blob of solder on there. And we're going to cover these traces because that'll help us put any wires between them if we have to. Oh, I believe that means dinner time. Yes, so I will be doing this trace repair and then I will be taking a break for dinner. So let me do this really quickly. Where's my thingamajigs? Hold, please. Where did I just have the thing? Oh, here it is. Hiding behind the fan. So we're going to run this very thin wire from there to there. Actually, I'll move this board this way. Give me a bit less reach here. No, we are making meals. Uber Eats is not something an unemployed person can do so easily. Oh god, the sadness. Alright, so let's just poke that down there. Come on. And we're just putting it very gently down there just for now. We're going to see how long we have to make this. I probably want to go over there. So we're going to use our scalpel. Where did I put it? Is it under here somewhere? Yes, it is. Make a cut here. Give us plenty of space. There we go. And we are going to attach that here. We need some more flux here, because otherwise we're going to run into the problem of solder going where it shouldn't and just making our life a little bit miserable. We don't want that. So this trace here runs just above that line there, well, below that one there. So we have to melt the enamel. That's the word I was looking for. To melt the enamel off of this wire, so it will stay where we want it to. Oh, this is gonna be fun. All right, that's not too bad. Probably tweezers is a better tool for this. Oh, there's a bunch of fun on the way. Don't worry, sir. Don't worry, sir. Don't worry, ma'am. There's plenty more caps in that can. I don't know what I'm saying. That's what happens when I get hungry and delusional. Alright, so I'm going to put our soldering iron back over there. And we're going to see if we can get this to stay nice. There we go. Perfect. So, if we did this correctly, although we'll probably have to patch that up just a little bit later, we should have continuity from one side to the other, which will have fixed the problem of there being no continuity on this trace. So let's turn the multimeter on. And let's probe it. Excellent. So, one trace repair done. Millions more to go. Oh, hopefully not millions, but quite a few. So I'm going to take a quick break for dinner. Let's see what time it is now. It is about 6:15 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to say I'll return around 6:35, 6:40-ish, something like that. So grab yourself a snack, go use the facilities, and take a little bit of a break, because that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a little bit of a timer thingamajig here on our Be Right Back text, so people know that what I'm doing, and I didn't abandon them. Oh, I have to double click on that, don't I? Dinner break, be back soon. Be back at, let's say, 6:40 p.m. Eastern. We'll just say about that time. So take a dinner break if you'd like, because that's what I'm going to do. I need a better... What? Can I change the color of this text? Select font. Doesn't let me select the color. Oh, OBS, you silly goose. Oh, select color. Oh, I can do a gradient. I don't want to do a gradient, but I guess I can. Oh, right. So let's just do dinner break. Yeah. Oh, sorry. yeah. I'm going to take plenty of time. So I'm going to say around 6:40-ish. We'll see about that. But groove to the whole music until then. You can mute it if it gets annoying. I forget if it loops. We'll find out. I'm going to recharge with some food. And, all right, let's change this to give myself 5 more minutes. And we'll be back around then. But thank you very much for tuning in, and we'll continue this mess of a Macintosh IIx board in just a little bit. Hello. Well fed and back in the saddle. I guess? Does that make sense? Sure, why not? We only have 14 people who stuck around, but you guys are the true winners there. Thank you very much for sticking around. And I'm sure the other folks will come and go as they please. But hello, Francois. How you doing? Alexis is here. Hello, Alexis. First time you've actually caught one of these streams. Well, I hope you didn't miss out too much. Thank you very much for joining. So today we're looking at a Macintosh IIx board that my friend Adam has sent me to try and take a look at. And unfortunately, this is a bit of a nasty one. So let's take a look at where we left off. Why wasn't dinner live streamed? My wife disagreed with the idea. I'm sorry. Sorry very much there, Michael. But okay, so let's position this so I don't have to crane my neck as terribly. So here's a trace that we just resolved. There was a break there. So what we had to do is run a wire from one end to the other. I know it looks very messy right now, but we should be in good shape. So I'm going to take my multimeter here, and we're going to check the continuity between those spots. And make sure we're not missing anything before we move on. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's good. That's fine. That seems to be okay. That does too. Let's see if we can take a look over here. Yeah, so those all look okay. Third channel combining retro Mac goodness with delicious food. Mac84 and cheese. I'm lactose intolerant. How dare you be so insensitive? No, I'm joking. Well, I am lactose intolerant, but I don't think that would be a good fit. Cashew cheese, maybe. All right, so let's spin this around and take a look at some of the other problem areas. So I know here we have a break that we have to fix. If we could fit the board on the desk here, which is a bit hard to do. Oh boy, yeah, there we go. There's our problem. Well, one of them. There's a lot of problems here. Oh, so just put some flux there. Did you get your new fancy Mac of yours working? Yes. All set up now. It's upstairs. So I stream with an older machine down here. Maybe one day I'll have an M1 machine down here, but that is not today. This one does usually pretty fine. I don't have too many issues. OBS is unfortunately not terribly optimized for the Mac, but we make do. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty nasty. Oh boy. I don't know why I really did that with the soldering iron. I should have just used the little Q-tip with flux, but with the isopropyl alcohol. This is gonna be fun. Alright, so let's take a look at this and see what we can do. So first I'm going to use my multimeter. I'm going to probe the heck out of this thing. And make sure that all these connections appear to be working. Or connected at least. It's pretty corroded, but they all seem to be, so far, so good. Yeah, this is definitely not connecting anymore to this. So this has to connect to these two pins here. Miraculously, that's still making a connection. But we'll reinforce that because this is, I think this is gone. Yeah, otherwise we would be getting a connection between these two pins. Miraculously, this one is still there. But how long? Who knows? But we'll run a little wire to here and then jump that across there just to play it safe. Use the little big wire, bigger gauge wire here, I think, maybe, just because it'll be a little bit easier for us to work with. Turn my fan on again so I'm not inhaling all the solder fumes. Why should I be so greedy? Those solder fumes aren't for you. Those are for the less fortunate. Okay. Let's see how steady my after dinner hands are. Oh no, they're just as steady as before dinner hands. I should use some flux here. That's what I'm going to do. The spice of soldering. Flux. You are very correct there, Nate. That's exactly what we ran into on the other board of the Macintosh II variety. Seems to be a weak spot when the capacitor decides to leak, so that's a good join there. So now we just have to attach to this leg here, and so we're going to melt the enamel away from the wire here with the tip of the soldering iron. Sometimes it's easier said than done. Again, just put a little dab of flux there. It's too much, but that'll be fine. There we go. Come on. You can do it. That should be just fine. We'll take our scalpel and we're going to cut that wire. There we go. So we're bridging that connection that was lost very easily without going all the way around, because this is connecting to this and it's connected to that, so we're just going boop, boop, boop. That should be fine. How's the Mac doing? Well, we just resumed, so you didn't miss too much. We were just testing, we're just about to test our fix here. Beautiful. Excellent. Alright, so that fix is done. That's our second trace here on the board. I'm going to run out of numbers to count, I think, with all the repair that is probably likely needed on here, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Okay, so that looks like, even though it's in the not the best shape, it looks like it's okay. I'm very curious to see what of these terrible traces in here we have to fix up. I know there's at least one here, so let's try and clean that up. And then we'll see what's going on. No worries. If you guys gotta come and go from dinner or whatever, hey, I did. Feel free to. That's the whole part of the live stream. You pop in whenever you can. Whatever you miss, you could always tune in later, fast forward to the juicy parts, and get your geek on. That's what we do here. Alright, so let's adjust. The board is a bit elevated, so we're a bit out of focus, but what we're going to be doing now is just checking with the multimeter to ensure that the traces for the NuBus card, slots are okay. And that's the very tedious task of putting the multimeter in the right mode. And then just probing the heck out of things. That's fine. Nope, that one has a break there. I'm gonna leave that crap there so I could identify that. Oh, the whole thing is juicy. The whole thing. It's like a ripe peach. Alright, moving right along. Hey, Scarlet Swordfish, how are you doing? Thank you very much for tuning in. Okay, so we have one broken trace. That is this guy. And I can tell you, that's not going to be fun to fix, but we got to do it. So, we got to do it. We're going to do it. Yep, that's where that break is. I actually have two breaks here. Either way, we will try to fix it. Well, we did two trace fixes. We have no caps on the board, so we got quite a while ahead, quite a journey ahead of us. Yeah, so there's a trace break right there. And potentially right here as well. So I'm going to have to run the wire from here to up there. And that's going to be fun. Oh boy. Yes, I will be doing that, RetroFox. That's a good idea. I'm going to put the wire there first because I'm going to forget. I already forgot where I was pointing it at. I think it's this one here. Yeah, it's this one. So it's the one where there's a larger gap there. I'm going to try and put the wire there first. And then we will have to test the bottom of the board there. To help with the rust. Oh, yeah. I'm sure there is. Maybe. Some magical type thing. I tell you, this is not going to be fun. I don't know how I'm going to do this. How am I going to do this? Well, I need a lot of flux. that a screwdriver with flux on it? Yes, it is. Well, let's try. Oh, that smells awful. This wire is so thin. Let's see if we can do this. All right. Laser. Oh, that got my back all twisted just looking at it. And there's plastic all around here, so there's not much room for error here. These lousy tweezers are bent like crazy. I think we actually did it. How about that? Okay. Let's test the continuity. Heck yeah. Right. Oh, that wasn't so hard, was it? Oh boy. Those all look okay to the eye. Let me just do a quick test. Exactly, Eric. How you doing, Eric? Thank you for joining. Come on. There we go. Well, my back won't let me. In fact, a little bit of a knot in my back at the moment. Oh, well, hopefully that'll resolve itself. Okay, so all those traces seem to be at least touching, so that's good. Next spot I want to check is over here by where we took off this capacitor, which seemed to do quite a little bit of carnage here. Okay, it's still making a connection. Same with that. Same with that. And that. And that. Still. Alright, well. I underestimated it. I thought that was a goner for sure. But they all seem to be making a connection, even if it looks ugly. No worries, electrical outlet. See you in a bit. Okay. Really? That's still connected? Really? Well, how about that? This looks like a break there, but I don't think it is, because if I do here, that's fine. So a lot of these look ugly, but yeah, lucky on you there. Lucky on you there, Nate. My goodness. I have to chat with you about the Mac Plus. I know I said I'd try to get to it before March. I have not tried. I have not gotten to it before March. If you still want me to try and do that swap, I'm happy to do so, but I understand if you really want to try something else with it, it is your machine. By all means, you'll let me know. But I didn't forget about you. I just have a lot going on, unfortunately. And trying just to make my way through some of these things in whatever order I can. This probably was not the machine to focus on today due to its loveliness of time it's going to take. But hey, Justin's home. Yay! Now I'm curious. Because there's a little bit of a... I shouldn't really be scraping it away with the multimeter here, but... Still making a connection. Alright. Yes, this is Adam's IIx that he has given me the burden of... pleasure of dealing with. And... my goodness. Is this in poor shape, but not his fault. He got him off eBay that way. And hopefully they can be fixed. So that area seems okay. Where else do we need to look? We need to look over here. No, that appears... No, these appear to be all okay. Now, there's a lot of grime and stuff. We'll try and clean that off. Because you see those little dots? Those are all problems. Yeah, sure. Nate, if you have the ability to do that, more power to you. If whatever reason you're uncomfortable doing that, I'll tell you this. If you pay the shipping for the part, I will not charge you for the installation of that SCSI chip. You pay shipping to get that part here and just, you know, the return cost of me mailing the board back, I'd be more than happy to take a swing at it. If that is something you would like me to do, no cost to you, you just pay the shipping on that. That's just an option. You are welcome to try it yourself. But I do feel bad because I did have that for a while and I was not able to get to it. So if you would like to go that route, just let me know. Because swapping the chip out shouldn't take me too much time with the tools that I have. And I could do a test real quick to see if that resolves the issue or not. But again, up to you. Let me know. I'm just getting all these little corrosive dots out of here. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. But that's really cool. You're able to source the SCSI chip there. It's always nice when you can find new old stock parts, huh? Unfortunately, eBay is like the only place for that, and UT Source and some of those other places. But you know, it's getting rarer and rarer that you could just find these parts elsewhere. Oh boy. Yeah, this is fun. Look at the grime at the bottom of these feet here for these chips, these poor things. Yeah, I know, Mr. Multimeter. You want to turn off because you think I'm not going to use you. We've been over this before. Well, let's do some probing. See if any of these have any breaks. I don't see anything terrible. Yep, they all seem okay, surprisingly. Alright, so it looks ugly, but they all seem okay. Seemingly. I mean, there's a million more dots on this board. Not going to be able to look at all of them, but yeah, there's some over there we have to look at here. And there was one I spotted, yeah, just up here. The blessing and the curse of the microscope. Don't you love those weather fluctuations? I don't. All right, that seems okay. Let's go down here. Okay. All right. Well. Well, we got some progress, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so let's see if there's anything else causing problems here. Oh yeah, we got some lovely crusty stuff by the startup circuit, which is kind of important to turning the machine on. Yeah, got some over here too. This looks okay. There's a few dots in there, but I would assume that's okay. Okay. Let's test these out, huh? We're in the right mode, yes. Okay. Alright, so that seems to be okay. How about this? Okay, that seems to be fine. Let's try this. Okay. And then let's just get a little bit of sample here. That's fine too. Okay. These are all important pieces of the startup circuitry, so we want to make sure they work. Alright, so I think, other than some areas that might need some touching up later, I think the direct area around the capacitors, we may be good to go as far as putting the capacitors on. And just seeing if we get any life out of it. I'm feeling fairly confident, but there's so many traces on this board that we could easily have missed something and something could just not decide to work. And just like this. Just like this. Look at that. But that's making a connection. Over here, we do have some crud. Looks relatively minor. Should, in theory, be okay. See, it looks like that's a broken trace, but I think we tested that before. Sure, no worries, Nate. I'd be happy to send it back to you. Can you please email me just your latest address just to make sure I don't mix that up or anything? Oh, we do have a broken trace. And I'd be happy to get that back in the mail for you. If for some reason in the future you ever decide that you need help with that, just let me know. I only ask that you, per the original terms, just pay for shipping. Unfortunately, I'm in a bit of a tight spot with funds at the moment, so that's all I ask, but thank you. Oh, that one looks terrible too. Usually priority mail shipping is about $13-14. First class I could probably do it a bit cheaper depending on the weight of it, if needed, so just let me know. But just email me. We'll work that out. But happy to send that back. I hope you get it running. I know that was a bit of an oddball issue we were running into. Get my email. Did you send something recently, Nick? Was it through my email address or through the contact form? Because I don't... Excuse me. I don't know if I got one from you recently, Nick, but... Yeah, that is definitely a break. Alright, so... I have to fix that up. Not the most elegant thing, but whatever. Yes, shut up. Yeah, through your email. Okay, I will check after the stream, Nick. I don't think I did, but I could have just skimmed past it, or maybe I haven't checked it since when you sent it, so be happy to look. And we have about 30 people watching. To all 30 of you, hello, hello. Thank you for making this much less of a tedious process. This will be fun. Oopsie. Okay. That'll hold it just until I get that closer. Hello, Daniel. Thank you very much for stepping by. Guess I'm asking you. Sorry, Mark. Sonic clean after all work is done, or only when working? What's your method? I guess what I'm asking is, do you get to clean the work? Okay, so if it's a really nasty board, I may ultrasonically clean it before. This one, although it's nasty, I decided not to do that. And yeah, maybe it would have helped a little bit, but I generally save that because although the ultrasonic cleaner does a good job, for some boards like the Macintosh Portable, the vias are very, very delicate, and it's extremely easy to mess things up even further. So sometimes in a situation like that, the ultrasonic clean is like a last result, last effort rather, because it could actually make things a little more difficult. Let's see if we could tidy this up a little bit. All right. All right, let's test to make sure that's making a connection. Yep, it is. Excellent. Let's see where that trace goes. This goes here, there, and then down, and there, and then... Hey, how about that? Works nice. Well, at least we think it does. we could have some unforeseen problems. But anyway, that is now making the connection it's supposed to. And although this looks all very ugly, those are all making the connections they should too. So we're going to still clean these up a little bit because we are going to put a capacitor by there. And so beans. I just had beans. Well, garbanzo beans. Or chickpeas, as some know them. Yeah, look at that goo. Beans, beans, musical fruit, fruit. The more you eat, the more you toot. The more you toot, the better you feel. Now you're ready for another meal. That's right, we've devolved into childish rhymes about beans on the channel. I have no regrets. Welcome to Bean84, where we talk about beans. Yeah, man, beans. The solder is starting to get a little bit streaky because there's not enough flux in that area. But that's okay. We're going to put a capacitor down there in a moment. In fact, I need to open up Bruce of Brankus Creations Recapping Guide. Alright, black beans. Delicious. You're paying per trace, Adam. Be careful. Oh no, I'm bankrupt. So we are going to Bruce Rain of Brankus Creations website, recapamac.com or recapamac.com.au. What would you recommend for transferring data from beige Macs to modern USB hard drives? I have several old beige Macs I would like to get the data off of. With the beige Mac, unless you have a USB 2 compatible card and it could run OS 10, you're going to be stuck with USB 1.0 speeds. So what I would strongly recommend is getting yourself something like the SCSI 2 SD, the Blue SCSI. Let me bring up the website here. Might as well, we're going to show the window capture thing in a moment, so might as well load that up 1 second. Let me select this. The Blue SCSI has a great option that might help you out there. If I could find my web browser here. Oh, that's Firefox, that's why. I was looking for the wrong thing. And let me just shrink this down so it's easier for y'all to see. There we go. Blue SCSI is the website you want to go to. BlueSCSI.com. So there are different styles of the Blue SCSI. There's a desktop one, and you could build your own if you're into soldering, or you could buy one from some of these folks. So for example, if we go to Tom here, you'll see, once this loads up, that there is this one right here. This is a Blue SCSI DB25, and that means that it has this connector here. That's a 25-pin connector. What that will allow you to do is get this device, plug an SD card into there, 2112ST or whatever your name is. No worries, Mark. Thanks for watching. Plug a little micro SD card into this. It doesn't come with it, but you could just plug a micro SD card into it. You put a file on there that emulates the image of a hard disk, like a 2 GB disk or a 4 GB disk or whatever. You plug that in, and then you can copy in files to and from this. And what's cool about that is now that you have your files on that little SD card, you could mount that in any Macintosh emulator, and you could go ahead and copy those files off of the Unix partition that a lot of those emulators allow you to do. So doesn't matter what modern Mac you're on, Intel, ARM, or whatever, you could run that emulator and copy those files off there. Another trick would be if that Mac has Ethernet. 10100 Ethernet is preferable, but a lot of them have 10 base T Ethernet. So if you're not dealing with a lot of files, Ethernet with an AAUI adapter, if those Power Macs need it, might help. But the Blue SCSI is a very versatile tool if you're going to be using and playing around with old Macs and stuff like that. It's a great tool to have for transferring files, making external boot device and stuff like that. So Ethernet would be one way to copy data. If you're doing large amounts, the Blue SCSI might be a bit better. USB hard drives, probably not so much. Yes, you can use a USB flash drive, depending on the speed and the manufacturer. You can use USB hard drives, but you might run into some issues there, the speeds especially. All right, so we're going to go and get our recapping guide here, recapamac.com. We're going to go to the Macintosh IIx here. That's the model that we're recapping. And you see we have our work cut out for us. We have 15 capacitors plus a bunch of axial ones, but we're just going to worry about these 16 right now. So there you go. I sure don't. Bruce, yeah, sure. Send them my way. I will determine if I'm brave enough to take them on. It seems like I'm getting too many of them, but business is business. So sure, Bruce, if you don't want to pass that along. Okay, your name comes from the album. Okay, it's more familiar. It's just weird saying usernames out loud, like XOXO Fuzzy Kitten 58, whatever. I don't know. Reminds me of AOL Instant Messenger. Anyway, we have Bruce's lovely site, recapmac.com.au here, and we have our recapping guide up. So we're going to start putting some capacitors on this board, whether it likes it or not. That's what we're doing. So here's one that's already open. We're just going to take these out as we go here. And this poor little board has seen quite a lot. And we're going to put some nice capacitors on it. Hopefully make it a little bit happier. Hopefully. And we'll just have to repeat this step 16 times. I'm not even going to worry about the axials today. I'm going to assume those might be okay. And especially if we don't get any life out of this board, well, what the heck am I doing here anyway? Why would we bother with the axials? But we'll see what happens. And honestly, this doesn't look too terrible of a board, but I've had cleaner boards do less. So we'll see what happens. And Adam, you'll just be paying for the capacitors then. If this doesn't work. These are rare capacitors now. Damn shortage of components. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Thankfully, oh, that's a lot of flux. Thankfully, capacitors and flux do not tend to be too expensive, but finding capacitors as of late has been an interesting experience, as I know Bruce has been experiencing, and I've been experiencing. The order from multiple sites. Sometimes they don't have what you want, or they don't have the brand you want. You have to order different ones, and they don't have the quantity you want. I just did a Mauser order, and some things were back ordered, so I had to choose other parts. Not that, it's not like I don't have any choice, but some of them is like, oh yeah, if you don't want this one, it's back ordered until 2023. So you're like, okay, well, I guess I'll take this brand. Okay, so this capacitor here is, again, a 47 microfarad 16 volt. So we're going to put one of those right there. Steve, I have a Centrus 650 I got off eBay as is. It appears to be pretty clean inside with no obvious damage. Anything in particular I should double check before trying to power it on? Not necessarily. The Centrus 650, I would check the battery. That's one thing. But the Centrus 650 has all tantalum capacitors, which is the type that I'm using to replace on this model here. So generally speaking, that machine is pretty robust, which is why I actually recommend picking up one of those machines. Now, the power supply could have failed, so that's obviously something to consider. However, those machines, unless the battery has exploded or there's an issue with the power supply or something like that, you shouldn't really have too much trouble. So I'd say it's, you'll find out pretty quickly if there's a problem with it, but hopefully you don't run into any issues with them. I found my non-bent pair tweezers, so that's what I'm using now. But yep, in my Apple Vintage Basics video, which I have to do a second of, it's going to be a whole series, I did recommend that machine because it's one of a good Mac out there. Okay, great, Nate. Thank you very much. I'll look forward to taking a look at that. Hey, Garth, how's it going? All right, second cap's on the board. Now we're getting serious, folks. We're getting serious. All right, so we're going to deal with these 3 capacitors. Oh, that's a green boy. Oh, look at that. Oh, I think we need to do a bit of a scrapey on this one, Bruce. What do you say? Ooh. Ooh. Well, the CPU heatsink and clamp were loose inside. That should be fine. The CPU on that, they get warm, but heatsink is a bit overkill. I've seen those machines without heatsinks. Not ideal, but hopefully it works fine. Ugh. That's not too terrible, I suppose. I like green. Laying down those caps. Alright. So, we got 3 caps put down here. These traces all look pretty okay. These are all 47 microfarad, 16 volts. So we're going to get 3 of those on the table. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And thankfully, these all point the same direction, so it's going to be difficult for us to get that wrong. The little fan I have is actually on the logic board to blow the solder fumes away, and it's vibrating, so that's making this a little bit difficult, but whatever. Excellent. Okay, those all seem to be okay. First thing I found in terms of shortages is Intel FPGAs. A model I use in the project I'm working on currently has a 92-week lead time. My goodness, that's terrible, Alexis. Sorry to hear that. The rest are completely taken off the distributor website. Yikes, indeed. You know what, Garth? That's not a bad idea. Those ultrasonic cleaners did spike in price a few months ago, but I think that has settled down, thankfully. Oh, this is gonna be a fun one. Oh wait, what did I just see over here? Did I? Oh no, that's okay. That's normal. Look at this guy. This is what we're gonna have to deal with next. Get off those little adhesive pads. Hey, Trina. See, you knew I'd still be here. I don't even know how long I've been here. 3 hours and 26 minutes. Well, I took a nice dinner break, so really about 3 hours. Alright, so that's another 47 microfarad 16 volt capacitor. These are about $1.50 each. These little caps. Oh boy. But you don't have to really worry about them leaking, which is nice. Trying to get that flat, but I think that's the best I'm going to be able to do. Guff. Well, you know what? I like using tantalums. I've never soldered an electrolytic, but every time I see somebody do that, I go, that looks like more work. So, I have always recapped using tantalums. Nobody has ever requested me to use otherwise, and if they did, I'd probably charge them a sillier price because I don't want to do it. I don't want it. I don't want to do it, and that's my choice. If they don't like it, well, they could have somebody else put different caps on there, but that's just my opinion. I understand the argument for, you know, you want a different aesthetic look, or maybe you want polymers or something like that, you know. And in some cases, you do need to use different components, especially with ESR and stuff like that. I fully understand that, but generally speaking, for the work that I tend to take on, it's not something I'm too concerned about. But at the end of the day, as I tell people, look, you want to twist and pull your caps off, you want to use different types of caps, you want to do this, you want to do that, it's your stuff. You do whatever. It's up to you. Your preferences, your wants, your needs for the project, etc. You want to use a Mac, you want to use a PC, you want to use Linux, you want to use Intel, you want to use ARM. It's your stuff, man. You do what you wish. You do you. Cut my two side business. Yeah, some power supplies and some machines or components prefer, or the argument can be made that a low ESR capacitor is what is required because the original factory spec took that into account or whatever. I don't think that's really the case for a lot of the particular boards that I do, but it might be more for like a power supply or an analog board or something like that. Hey, Tara, how the heck you doing? Hi. We're fixing the thing. So this is a good time to take a break and show what the heck we're working on here and the progress that we've made. So, this is a big old Macintosh Logic board. It's huge. And so, we have been doing quite a few repairs on this thing. And we're just putting the capacitors on it, and then we'll be able to do a test. Let's switch back to the microscope. I'll show anybody who's new some of those weird repairs we've had to do. Like this over here, which was really fun to get between this plastic and put that little wire there. Ooh, that was fun. What other fun did we have? Oh, we put this little wire over there. So that was fun. And then we put this little wire over here. That was fun too. So, tons of fun stuffs abound. Fun stuffs aplenty. So we have that cap in there. We have two more we have to do there. One over there. Two over there. One over there. All right, so this we're getting there. Slowly but surely. We are getting there. So let's do this one down here. This should be fairly simple. Thank you very much, Garth. It was not easy. I'm wanting to know how to desolder since I want to replace the soldered Dallas DS12887 real-time clock with a socket. Pentium, I would suggest, and Bruce, if you're here, you can help us out. My good friend Bruce at Brankus Creations has an excellent YouTube channel about soldering. He has Macintosh repair stuff on his channel too, but a lot of his videos that are the most popular are how-to tutorials with soldering and stuff like that. So I would strongly suggest you take a look at the playlist that he has. His Beginner's Guide to Soldering is a great one. And then he has videos about recapping and stuff like that. A lot of the same techniques he shows in his videos are what I use every single day. So I would strongly suggest you take a look at that. Then about desoldering in particular. Desoldering iron or desoldering pump may be good, or if you're very handy with solder wick, that might be something you could do. But you do have a few options there. Oops. Melted the tip of that. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw it. Nobody saw it. Yep, those are all good suggestions. Again, it depends on the specific type of a socket and everything. If it's plastic, that's going to be a little more difficult with hot air. You might make a mess out of it. But that's all depends, I guess, on the specifics of that machine and everything. But I have confidence in you. Give it a shot. But watch plenty of tutorial videos. I didn't just learn to do all this stuff by, thinking, oh, I want to do it. No, I watched tons of videos. I asked a bunch of questions. And I made a bunch of mistakes. Wanted to scoot that capacitor over just a bit because if that trace has to be worked on, we have plenty of room to do so. Excellent. Oh, thank you very much, Trina, for putting that in the chat. Greatly appreciate that, Trina. Watch of lots of videos is how I improved and avoided making as many mistakes as I otherwise would have. Exactly. And good evening to anybody else who just joined in as my head was down. Thank you very much for tuning in. Got some gunk on this board we could get rid of. Old adhesive pads and stuff from when they put the capacitors on at the factory. Okay, so let's see how many capacitors we have to go. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only 6? Really? Alright, well, let's get on with it. Yes, get on with it. That's the same one as what we were doing before. 47 microfarad, 16 volts. Again, recapofmac.com has the guide that I am following to perform this repair. I think that's on, right? Yes, the plus is over here. It's a little hard to see. That stripe on the capacitor signifies the positive end. These do have polarity, so we do have to be mindful of that unless we want to break things further. No worries, Garth. You'll be back. Alright, so that's installed there. So we have 2 more to do up here. Well, up there, down there. Positions are not important here. Now, usually I would put some solder mask down here, but where these capacitors are, I don't expect that to cause a problem, especially if we're very careful with our soldering. So I'm just going to use a solder wick here and make those pads a little cleaner. And hopefully we don't short anything. Oh, well, thank you so much, Justin. Yes, please subscribe if you have not done so already. Is this your 3rd YouTube account? I don't care. Subscribe to it anyway, please. I am almost at 10,000 subscribers. It's hard for me to say that because it sounds weird, but that's the truth. I'm almost at 10,000 subscribers. I'm about like 90 subscribers away or something like that. Isn't that crazy? It's crazy to me. How did you grow that fast? I don't know. And other channels have grown faster, but that's not a competition. We're each doing our own thing, and I'm happy to be where I am, and I am thankful for all the people who choose to subscribe and watch. But make sure you hit the little bell dealy. That'll make sure that when I go live or I release a video, you guys will be notified. YouTube does a pretty weird job of notifying people sometimes, but it is what it is. I can't control that, at least. I know, almost. Isn't that insane, Justin? It's so weird. I'm only about, if I quadrupled all the funds I got from YouTube and Patreon, I could almost survive off of this. I know. I just need to go to Vegas every time with my payout every month. And that's not going to work. That's not going to work. No, it would be cool to do this full time. My goodness. That'd be fun. Well, a lot of hard work involved, and I'm sure my taxes would be something to blow my brain out about, but I'd be doing something I would be interested in. But that's a whole other thing, man. I mean, people who do YouTube and content creation stuff full time, man, more power to you. It's a lot of work. Just this fairly small channel is a lot of work. Oh, well, thank you very much, Trina. I'll have to think of a smart thing to do for our 10,000 subscriber, whatever the heck. Okay, so we have 3 caps to put on. I miscapped it before. This board is just so huge. There's 2 over here. Those are 47 microfarad, 16 volt. We do have 1 axial that we may have to replace. So we may have to do that too. But we'll get to that in a moment. Let's do these first. $9.9! Holy crap. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I mean, I know LGR did a blurb video about a Mac Color Classic, and he mentioned me. So that's pretty neat. So I don't know if that was it or it's just like other things, but I've been in Canada Computer Clans videos fairly recently, and Dan, the Canadian Computer Collector, and stuff like that. So who knows how that's going, but it's exciting. And of course, very thankful to all the people who are subscribed and all of the people that support me, either on Patreon or through Super Chats and all that fun stuff, especially in my current situation. It's very, 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 very much appreciated. Add a little bit more solder to that. And if you're not subscribed to Justin Morgan's channel, what the heck are you doing, man? Justin's channel, Justin D. Morgan's channel, excellent, excellent channel. He's currently battling his Macintosh IIci. I'll probably be making a forced guest appearance on there, forcing myself on to try and help him. Trina just launched a channel not too long ago, Trina's Technobabble. Feel free to put your channel links in the chat, folks, so people can subscribe to them. Really excellent content there. I am in good company as far as enjoyable live streams and technology folks here, and that's what I like to do. I like to, push each other. We push each other up because it's all one big community here, and we're all, interested in fairly the same amount of things. And it's really neat when people have questions, or you can bounce ideas off of each other, or you'd be like, oh, you should do this, or oh, have you had any experience doing that? Can you help me out with this? That's what it's all about. I enjoy that so very much. Okay. Thanks to you and Bruce, I've successfully recapped and repaired the traces on my 2SI, 2CIs, Classic, and Quadra 610. Heck yeah, Felix! That's what I like to hear. See, empowering others to do the same thing is awesome. I mean, yeah, you could send me a board, I'll fix it, but if you learn how to do it yourself, that's just a great tool, especially if you have a lot of these machines, or you're a collector like me, and you want to keep them up and running. That's a fantastic skill to learn, because you're just going to pay yourself back tenfold. There you go. Subscribe to Justin, please, and subscribe to Trina. Click on their channels. They're right there. Oh, I'm interviewing. That's about all I could really update you on. We'll see what happens. iPod socks giveaway. Oh, Trina, if I had a spare pair, I would consider it. It's my only pair. It's my only pair. All right. So another 47 microfarad 16 volt capacitor. Organically placed by hand capacitors. Soldered on with love. The old-fashioned way. All right. My goodness, Michael. Thank you very much for the super chat. Greatly appreciate it. Yep. Thank you very much. 50 Shades of Beige. I love that username. I think I joked about that with somebody on Twitter or somewhere, and I'm so glad you took it. That's hilarious. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very, very much. Greatly appreciated. Eep again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That certainly helps pay for a lot of soldering materials. 6502. I just got that. Very, very nice. Triple. You get another one. Eep. Thank you very much. And thank you for all the work that you do for scanning and archiving materials and all this stuff. I mean, what a powerhouse of a little operation you got there. And we need more people doing that because there's a lot of printed materials and a lot of discs and stuff like that that are one of a kind, or someone doesn't realize what they have. And it's one of those things where you may be the only one who has that disc. So, very cool to see someone like yourself doing that work. Okay, so that's all the capacitors here, at least all the surface mount ones. Yes, Adam, we need a 68030 processor in this guy. Not a dollar sign. No one's that appreciative. Well, maybe they are, but that's okay. That's more of a mortgage payment on Patreon type thing. Let me just clean this up here. So we are missing the processor here. We will have to steal it from the other board that we fixed. I'm almost fairly confident that this will do something. Yeah, that's a trick, Nate. If you don't have the right scanner, or even if you do, sometimes you do have to mess with the binding of the materials to scan them, depending on what they are. Maybe Michael will have better suggestions for you there. But okay, so here is the working 2X board that you can see we have 3 video cards in. We're doing some tests. Isn't that a fun sight? Oh boy, I've had the handle for years, just got around to using it. That's amazing. I love it. So we're going to take this processor off of here very carefully. Where's that screwdriver? Let me move this board to the side. Put this one on the desk. And stand up here. Exactly. Do something, do something, do something. It is a hell of a board. It is. It is. These things are beasts, man. Alright, so it's always fun to try and pry the processors up here. I'm just taking a very thin screwdriver and I'm going around very carefully. And every few millimeters I'm just prying it up ever so slightly. And I need to do this because this machine that we were just recapping has no processor on it. Because Adam says they were using an upgrade in there. Let's take this out. And because of that, there's no chip in here. There we go. Now I know that video card you sent me, Adam, one of them didn't seem to work, but we could test that at a later time. Just trying to remember what we were doing last time as we proceed to getting hopefully somewhere close to seeing some positive signs of life on this machine, because that'll be cool, huh? Vintage chip remover tool. Yeah, that probably would have helped. That's alright. I'm getting there. Slow and steady. The worst thing you could do is be like, oh, I think I got it all off. And then you push it up too hard and then, it sort of boomerangs and you rip all the pins or you bend them the other way they shouldn't be and all that stuff. So I just take my time and there we go. It's out. Now, one thing that you want to note, if you have any of these chips that are not removable, but they had the gold tops, and you put it through the ultrasonic cleaner, you're going to notice that it's going to get all discolored. And it might wipe all of the information off of the top of the chip. And that's just something that happens with that type of silk screening on these chips. So that's something you want to be aware of. All right, so let's unplug the SCSI to SD adapter here. And let's put this board back over here. I will need to steal the batteries out of that in a moment and the memory. But let's put this down on a flat surface and point the camera down here. And you can see, here's the CPU here. Just push straight down. Okay, we're going to steal the ROM sim out of that one. And stealing the memory out of this is going to be fun. I hate plastic clips. Especially 30-year-old plastic clips. Especially 35-year-old plastic clips. All right. And then our two batteries, take out. Oopsie. Okay. All right, so. Hi. Steve, you just reminded me that I have an international package in my car that I picked up 2 months ago and I have yet to remember to bring it into the house. Oh, I know the feeling. I know the feeling. Sorry, let me scroll up here. I'm missing part of the conversation. Okay. It will make smoke. That's doing something right. It is doing something. If the scanner attachment that I sent to you worked, that would be to scan pages from a book. Well, I think I need part of the scanner, but interesting. Got stuff you want scanned but don't have time? Inclination or hardware? Buzz me. Cool. Sounds awesome. We will do that. It's Ron. Where'd Ron go? Oh, it's my shirt. Duh. I fell for it. Which video cards do you have in that thing? Mine, Macintosh 2 came with the 4.8 card, which I upgraded from the 8.24 card with the VRAM. Yeah, in here, these are just Macintosh workstation. I'm sorry, Macintosh 2 video cards. And this one here is a Super Mac one. I believe it's monochrome. Now, Adam sent me this one, which sort of has that going on there. Serial number of that is H800534143, so I won't forget later and mix them up. But mine has a ceramic top on there, and that has a serial number of V700266657. Parts wise, they look absolutely identical. For whatever reason, when I plugged in Adams, it did not seem to want to cooperate, but who knows? Might have just been that particular time. SE boards are bulletproof as long as the battery hasn't leaked. Anyone know? Oops, sorry. I think Ron's doing okay. Just spoke to him the other day. Steve just went to... Don't forget the ROM. Yep, I will not forget the ROM. Okay, so Macintosh ED. Yes, it is basically the Macintosh Plus rebranded, I believe, from what I recall. All right, so these have to be in bank. Oopsie, there go the batteries. The memory modules have to be in bank A, so we will install them in bank A. And Bruce, are you still around? You're probably not going to want to miss this. Oh, there's a lot of dust in there. Let's get our toothbrush and just scrub that out. Last thing we need is some dust and crap in there, making our lives harder. So I'm going to put 4 memory modules in bank A. And modules are a bit thicker than what this machine was probably designed for, which makes it ever so fun to insert them in here. There we go. Okay, and the ROM. Okay, processor, ROM, memory. Now we need the 2 batteries. We're going to put these in. Otherwise, the machine will not start up. Then we also want our SCSI 2SD. I'm sorry, Blue SCSI. Why do I keep saying SCSI 2SD? And that will give it a hard disk to start up from. And I think we're okay. Anyone know how many simultaneous displays? You could put 6 in there. I used to do tech support for Radius Power Mac clones, so only ever dealt with some Radius video cards. That is very cool. Eric! Let me see if I can try and pronounce your name. Non-such. Okay, cool. Non-such. Can you please email me at mac84tv@gmail.com. That is mac84tv@gmail.com. I don't know if you were around at Radius at the time, but, with the Power Mac clone stuff for too long, but I'm doing a video series on the Macintosh clones. It would be so cool to get some questions answered or just some clarification on things or just, your insight of how that whole time period was. I would absolutely love to ask you some questions or even have you on the show at some point if you would like to. Completely optional. Please email me at mac84tv@gmail.com. I put the link in there. non-such. If you're interested, please let me know. We could just have a private conversation, or if you want to be involved. Otherwise, that'd be cool. I love finding people with connections to this stuff. Let's see. I recapped another power supply today. Only 4 caps this time. It was one of those cheapo power bricks for powering hard drives and stuff externally. Ah, very cool. All right, so. Sorry, Eric. I meant Blue SCSI. I meant it. Here's some tape. Drives connected to. Bulging caps. I got pictures of the SC. The case looks like it's been smashed to bits. If only I had a job right now, I would grab one of the Mac84 cases in a heartbeat. Yeah, and those Mac84 cases, unfortunately, are on low supply. But yeah, I'm between jobs right now too, so I feel you. Okay, all right. So we have to clear off some space here. Whoopsie, to put this board. Otherwise, let's see if we can make some room for this thing. We're going to see if it chimes, and if it does, then I guess we'll plug in a monitor and such to it, but we're not going to get too ahead of ourselves. Alright, so this is my power supply, the Sony power supply. I know this works. And I did put a speaker somewhere. Let me stand up for a second. Is that the speaker that's in here? Maybe? That should work. Oh, the speaker I was using is over there, but this one should work fine. Oh, that one doesn't want to fit, so let's use this one. And I'll get the camera at a bit of a better angle in a moment. Let me just rearrange some things. A Mac 2SI on the table here, along with the iMac G4 and some other fun stuff. Okay. Oh boy. Wait, I almost sat down. Realized I have to get back up again. Alright, so plug in the power supply here. We do need a keyboard and a mouse. We'll just start out with this keyboard. It's not the best, but it does work, I believe. Make sure our Blue SCSI is not touching anything it shouldn't. And let's get this camera that I have up here. Let's bring this down here, and maybe we could get a bit of a better view, huh? Just give me a second, folks. We need a tripod. Always the fun things about stuff. Tripods. Okay. Need the tripod too. See how much fun it is to do this, especially when you have monitors all over the ground and you could trip and kill yourself easily. Okay, let's not depress everybody. You had the fire extinguisher handy. I don't. I should invest in one. Now you're making me nervous, Adam. Thanks. Well, it would help if I put the tripod mount on correctly. Alright, so let's get our USB adapter dealie over here and plug in our camcorder. Alright, let's stand over the cable so we don't trip ourselves. Okay, so sorry about that. That took a little bit while to set up. So, there we go. That's a shot we want. Well, I have a fire extinguisher in the basement. It's just on the other side of the basement. Okay, so we're going to plug this in. And if you hear any screaming and such, that means it didn't work. Etc. Alright, let me borrow a power cable from something else here. Use the power strip that's right here, so if I have to kill the power, I can. Alright, moment of truth, turn the power strip on. Gonna turn the machine on, 3, 2, 1. Holy crap, it chimed! Yay! It chimed! Woohoo! Oh my god, it chimed! Let's get a monitor on the table, man! Holy crap! Oh my goodness! I did not expect that. Alright, we have to make some room here. I did not expect that, so I did make some room. Oh boy. We could still have issues, but the chime is a very, very promising thing there. I can't even speak. I'm flabbergasted. We'll put the monitor on top of the Mac too. It's not going to mind. It's what it was designed to do. Kind of. My goodness. Alright, let's get a monitor here. Excuse me, Mr. Camera. I said, excuse me. Thank you. Sorry for the puke cam. Oh boy. Okay, so let's use the video card that I know works. Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright, so I'm going to plug this video card into the first NuBus slot here. The one closest to everything. If anything doesn't work, it would probably be the NuBus stuff on here. I will get a mouse. In fact, let me swap out the keyboard and mouse. Oh, sorry. We'll get this sorted in a second. Actually, wait, this cable's longer. That will help me. All right, folks. Let's bring this a little bit like that. Okay. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Ah, we got garbage on the screen. No! We got a cursor. Now, Bruce did tell me he had an issue like this. So that'll be interesting to see if we could solve it. But it's booting up. Look at that. You have to go back to Bruce's text message. I just might have to clean it. We didn't really clean this board. And there's a lot of crud on this board. Let me tell you. A lot of crud. You gonna finish booting up or are you freezing? Don't freeze, please. It looks like it froze. Well, I mean, good first try, huh? Alright, so, still some things that are cranky. I will take your advice, Adam. We'll try your video card just for fun. Yeah, these slots may just be crusty. We also had to repair some traces in these areas, so anything is possible. But we're getting a chime, and that's a good sign. Yeah, see, Adam, no video on your card whatsoever. At all. Unfortunately. Now let's try that in the first slot. Yep. Alright, the first slot works. The last slot didn't like it. But we still have those lines. So I guess your video card does work. Sorry I wrote it off so early. Yeah, so it is freezing on Welcome to Macintosh. That may be something with the serial ports. I think System 6 is less picky about that. So that may be something that we have to look into. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a look at the board again. But that's a very promising start. My goodness. Let me unplug all this stuff here. That's exciting though, huh? I am just as surprised as you are, Adam. I was not expecting a chime. Oh my goodness. It's a start, man. Oh, let me scroll up and just see what I missed, because I was too shocked. All right, everyone's like, yay, yay, yay. Okay, Steve is so used to them never working first go. You got that right. Holy crap, indeed. You started the battery holders, take full credit. That's funny, Maya. Clean the NuBus card slots. That is a good idea. I do have contact cleaner upstairs. I should go grab that. Hey, Rudy, you just missed it. It chimed. We still have some fixing to do, but my goodness, it chimed. The board is screaming, I want to live. Yes, it is. All right, so let me go back and bring up Bruce's message here. Because he did send me a tip and I forgot what it was. Okay, and where is Bruce's message? Here it is. So let me scroll up here. All right, so Bruce says it worked once I got out of the ultrasonic cleaner. Not sure. Yeah, so he got the thick lines there, but it was fixed via the ultrasonic cleaner. So it could just simply be it needs more cleaning. And I'm definitely going to clean this a little bit because it needs cleaning anyway. So let's just bring the camera down here and we'll just do some scrubbing together, huh? Submerge the board in acid. No, it wants to live, Adam. Why won't you let it live? Especially around these chips that were so close to those caps leaking. So I'm just taking a toothbrush here and some isopropyl alcohol. Just trying to give them a little bit of a cleaning, especially here between the slots where we had to do all that scraping. My goodness. Oh, there goes my tweezers. Yeah, there could be a lot of crud in a lot of places. There are actually some bad traces by the battery holder, so who knows, but I'll scrub that too. There could also be a bad trace that I have not found, which is very, very possible on a board like this. Sometimes you're so focused on an area that you miss something, but I'm fairly confident that we might be able to fix this up. At least it chimes. That's a nice nice bit. Is that dark blue battery a factory battery? No, it is not. That's one that Adam gave me with the machine. One of which had a negative charge on it. So I have since replaced it. Just gonna generally clean up anything in this area. A little bit of a towel. Here we go. Total protonic reversal. Alright, so that's bad. Okay. Could also just be a bad solder ball or some crap here. But let's give it a fighting chance, huh? Now that video card did not work in the last NuBus slot, and we have not really looked under the board yet, so there could be some crud under there, or under one of the slots. And there's still a few nasty looking traces, but okay. I started in a one-bedroom apartment, and my goodness, I wish I had the room then too. Sorry, just reading the chat here. I used to put things on my bed to work on them too. CRT monitors and everything. That's, hey, you had to do what you had to do. Okay, so it looks a bit cleaner. I'm not getting my hopes up too high, although last time we cleaned the board and we had some weird stripes, they went away. So hopefully an ultrasonic clean or some type of a clean will revive this machine. We're also having a problem booting, which might be due to the serial chips. I also did not replace the axial capacitors, so that could totally be a thing. We could also have a bad trace somewhere where something is just simply not making a connection, because System 6 is less picky about booting than System 7. But I actually have a System 6 floppy here, so maybe we could test that. Alright, so let's test it again. Why the heck not? Put this board over here. Take the keyboard out of the way. We'll switch to the other camera in a moment. Okay. Let's sit up here. Oh. We do have that floppy disk. And I do have one of the floppy drives that Adam gave me. Not sure if it's in a functional state. Oh wait, I have the floppy MU I could use. Where did I put it? Where did I put it? No. Did not lose it again. I did not lose it again. It's somewhere here. Somewhere. Hold please. It was by the Apple II, and I'm like, oh, I don't want it to fall on the ground. Oh wait, I think I see it. I have to move the camera again. Sorry. Here it is. Oh, that's right. We have to flash the firmware. All right. Well, let's see if it wants to boot from the hard disk, and then we'll worry about everything else, huh? Okay. Plug in and reseat this card a few times just to make sure it's all happy. Okay. Plug in our blue SCSI. Plug in our keyboard. That's not the keyboard. I was like, why is this plugging in? It's a serial cable. Okay. That's perhaps you could still use. I could definitely use a second floppy MU, but finances do not allow that at the moment. Maybe something in the future. Okay, let's get this sort of into view. There. Maybe. Okay, so just reading up here. Okay, all right, cool. So let's test this out again. Oops. Helps if the monitor's on. 3, 2, 1. So it still chimes. We still have the lines on the screen, unfortunately. Let's see if it wants to boot. Yeah, it seems to stop there. It doesn't seem to want to go any further. Well, I did try a different video card. That didn't seem to solve it. Let me sit down for a moment as I contemplate what to do. Because we've already been going here for over almost 4.5 hours. Let's see, I have a floppy drive here. Let me see something. Well, I'm going to try booting from a System 6 disk, which should ignore any of the checks that System 7 does with the serial stuff and whatever the hex. So, I need some room here. So if that's the case, we might get it to boot into System 6. That would confirm I may have a serial issue. I don't know if this floppy drive works. Oh, that looks suspect. I don't think that works. Oh, there's a did you see the condition of this, Adam? Did you do this? There's like a jumper there's a wire somebody put here because they screwed it up. What the heck? That's like super glued. Oh, you did not test it. Okay. Well, would you like to? Well, what's the worst that can happen? It blows up? It blows up. Let's see. 3, 2, 1. Well, it ejected it, but at least it ejected it. I know, it's always on to the next problem. But thank you very much for the kind words, Sinister Pisces. Hey, it's booted from the floppy. Woo! Oh, never mind. It ejected it. Oh, boy. Alright, I think it's time to plug the floppy MU in and do that reset dance with the firmware, because that's what I feel like doing. Now, where did I put the darn thing? I just had it. Oh, my God. My mind is terrible. My mind is terrible. Where did I put it? It was right here. Oh, there it is. More capacitors. Alright, so let's get our little SD card reader here and try and resolve this. I could also see if I have a System 6 image for the Blue SCSI. Might as well try that too. Just give me a moment, folks. Okay. That's right. I need the firmware for the dealie. Firmware, Macintosh. Here we go. let's see if we could do this. Why is it not reading the SD card? Come on. Be a problem with the SD card, maybe. What I do? What? I'm missing comments, folks. Sorry. 75% of the way there. Yes. Flashing will much easier very soon in a breakthrough today. Well, that sounds exciting, Eric. It tries to initialize the serial ports. Yes, that is correct. If we're talking about why System 7 crashes. I had that happen on a Classic 2, I think. Real? Oh, sorry, Adam. I wasn't seeing. Now I'm seeing the damn thing. For the last time, you don't need to reset the firmware. Pick 3.5 mode, and it will work with the Mac in Apple II mode, as long as you use 800K disks. Sorry. Because I scrolled up, Adam. It's the excitement of getting something to work that always throws me for a loop. Alright, well, we'll see if one of these disk images is 800K. Hopefully it is. It should if it's System 6. Alright, trying with the System 608 disk. Alright, and it appears to be reading it. Thank you, Adam, for the shortcut. Let's see if it actually successfully does whatever it's supposed to do. Oh, you can't see because I'm an idiot. Takes much longer to read from this than it would a hard drive. Hey, there we go. We got to the desktop. Recognizes all 4 megabytes of memory. So, yeah. Huh. Adam. That's not true. Alright, so that works. Yeah, so we have, I believe, System 7 on here. Yep, 7.1. So, but it does, the sound does work, which is good. Invoicing. Oh, boy. I can't count the pixels, but probably, Nick. It is running print and play. It is. Well, here. You want to count pixels, folks? Count the pixels. Now, Bruce Rain of Branca's Creations had a similar problem, and it was resolved by by running it through the ultrasonic cleaner. But hey, I didn't expect this thing to do anything. And it's pretty much running. I think we do have some issues with the serial ports or something. But yeah, that's, I guess, you know, something. Yeah, let's do a test here. I'm going to shut down. And I'm going to put a different system on the Blue SCSI because maybe they're all 4 pixels. Because maybe we could do a Snooper test and that would confirm what's going on with this. So let me just switch here. Hi. I'm going to move this over here. And let's see. All right, so we have quite a few on here. A few disk images on here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to load up my Macintosh emulator here. And I'm going to just copy some files to the disk. So just give me a moment. This will take a little bit. But what this will allow me to do is copy some test files like Snooper and some of these apps and things onto this. Okay. I installed Norton on this virtual machine and it's being sort of a pain in the butt. Here, let me show you what I'm doing because it might be fairly exciting. Who knows? Wait. There it is. Yeah, let's move this so... wrong way. There we go. Maybe he needs a Z80 processor. Yeah, who knows? Oh, come on. What are you doing this for? Stop. You serious? Stop. Lousy Norton. Alright, well, we have to do this anyway. Well, looks like Sheepshaver crapped the bed on us. Thanks, Sheepshaver. Well, thanks, Norton. Oh, the escape key doesn't work on this keyboard I'm using. Oh, that's very handy for things. Force quit. Sheepshaver. Please start up and extensions off, and it won't. Okay. Maybe if we click cancel fast enough, I don't know. Yeah, that was a cool news about the Star Trek cast announcement. I would have preferred they did that, you know, from the get-go, but I guess if we get a few episodes in this season with them, that might be neat. I almost stopped that. No, stop. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, so here's System 7.1. We're going to put Snooper on here. My desktop is an absolute mess, but it's a virtual machine, and I don't care. All right, so there's the first version. We'll copy that there. Wait, is that where I think it is, or did I confuse myself? There you go, Snooper. I thought there was a fourth item. I thought there said like cursed Macintosh or something. I could have... Oh, wait. You know what? This didn't shut down properly. So, yeah, it didn't do the thing correctly. Oh, so stupid. Well, first, before I shut down, I am disabling this Norton crap. Yeah, off. Thank you. All right, so let's fix this up here. Now we could quit. And open it up again. Wait for that to load up. Don't badmouth Paramount or you won't be coming back. Oh boy. Okay, so there's System 7.1. Alright, so that's... Really? Oh, no, it's on the floppy we had the cursed file. Whatever, I don't care. We got it, that's all we need. Alright, so that's here. And what else do... Let's get the other version of Snooper there too, just in case. I doubt it'll run on System 6. I don't think it will. But just copy it over just to have it on that disk image. That's fine. Okay, cool. Well, let's put ResEdit on here. Why not? Might come in handy. I think that's it. I think that's all I needed on here. So let's eject that. And I'm going to remove that. And then I'm going to mount this other one on here, because I want to have two disk images on this blue SCSI. So I'm almost done here. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm gonna I put both versions of Snooper on there, Enzo, because I'm like, you know what? With my luck, it'll be the other one doesn't want to work. So. The folders with the F suffix. Yep, that's right. Because the application names were often the same as the folder names, so you had to do something a little bit different. My father did that all the time, and I learned how to do that too. I was like, oh, that's cool. That was before the file system was able to comprehend the difference between a file and a folder. Alright, so we're going to rename this hard disk System 6 to not confuse ourselves. And we're going to get rid of the system folder in there because we don't need that. And we're going to empty the trash with it. And we're going to name this My Utilities. There we go. And we're going to shut down. Sweet. All right. Now we're going to just take a look here, make sure our SCSI IDs are all set up. Let's eject this. SD card. Oh, I have to turn off the emulator there because it's no longer actually doing that. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to put this in our blue SCSI. And we're going to see if this is going to cooperate with us. I'm just tapping something on my phone. Sorry, 1 second. All right. Oh, I have to go to the other screen. Sorry. Okay. I think we have everything sorted. What was that? Oh, the power strip is off. Oopsies. It got pretty far. So we're booting up from the System 6 disk image. And then we can hopefully just launch the Snooper software. And I bet it will crash when it gets to the serial ports. And that will confirm our assumptions there was something strange about the serial ports. I have not, Jack, but Bruce did share with me the information about it. I just have to go ahead and actually do it. I think I have all the parts to do it. Because I have some of those serial... Oh, no, I have the female connectors for those serial ports. Oh, well, I guess I do have a spare cable. I could probably slice open and use that. But anyway. Let's... Now, for System 6 here, we should make sure this is over there as well. Because I'm going to eventually install System 6 on that partition. So let's see if Snooper tells us anything. Oh, it's already starting. So I bet it's going to stop when it gets to the ports there. Oh, it says the memory is bad. RAM test failed. Okay. Alright, well, system failure. Okay, well... Let's try Snooper 2. That'll give us more details, I think. They very well could have, Adam. Although... We froze up here. Nope, we did. We're booted from a floppy, I forget. Actually, you know what yeah. Well, let's do this. Let's launch Snooper 2. See what happens. And then I'll install System 6 on the other partition. Because I want a more detailed result here. Okay, so that's a lovely view of our Macintosh IIx board. Let's skip the PRAM and I guess we'll do the clock. CPU, ADB, let's skip all that stuff. Click Start. The test failed. Okay. Bus error. Fantastic. Okay, well that's a problem. I want to see something. Let me install System 6 to save us some trouble here. That'll only take a minute. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a bad trace somewhere. Hello, Raw Elements. How's it going? So we're going to open System Tools. We're going to do an install. Somebody was 3D printing those clamshell apples on Instagram. I don't know how well they came out, but they look pretty okay to me. Alright, install onto System 6. Onto System 6, the hard disk, yes. I should have skipped the printing tools, but oh well. I did use the toothbrush on the memory modules, on those sockets, because there was a lot of dust in there, Adam. I just don't think I showed it off camera. Computer groomer? I don't know what treat. I'm confused. Yeah. But I will take a look at the RAM sockets again, Adam. That could easily be a problem, I suppose. Maybe it's System 7 is doing a RAM check or something. Ooh, the CPUs fell off. Well, Nate, you got your work cut out for you. Good luck, buddy. I don't have anything specific to help you with, but, ouch. Good luck. Ouch. That's not an easy repair. Hope you're charging them a sizable sum, because I would. Take a photo with this of my phone. All right, so we have to switch the second disk here. Oh, wrong disk. Okay. Post that on the social medias later. Genuine way to make a System 6 install. Yes, I could have just put another blue SCSI image on there, but this probably would have been a bit faster. It's interesting that it installs from Utilities 2 and then goes to Utilities 1. Can I try either video card in slot 2? Sure, why not? Made a Facebook post for the PowerBook I'm selling, and someone commented, "Ew, computer groups." That's so weird, Trin. People are weird. People are weird. People are weird. But who am I to comment and judge? I've been here for 5 hours tinkering around with this machine. Sad Mac. Yep. Almost done. You didn't make them crusty, Adam. Although you did buy them crusty. But I'll give you a break on that, because you're helping me out. Alright, the System 6 install was successful. Did you see my comment about the RAM, 32-bit RAM error, and lines on the screen 32 pixels apart? No, I did not, Adam. Let me scroll up. I apologize. Let me scroll up. The chat goes by very quick sometimes, so I apologize. The RAM error in 32 pixel wide video makes me think that one bit of the RAM, 32-bit RAM is not working. Well, that's a very good guess. So here, let's do this. Let's just restart this and see if it boots up the hard disk. If it does, let's take the board out and take a look. I just want to see if it boots off the hard drive. And it does. There we go. Blazing fast System 6 on the Macintosh IIx. Oh, look at that. It's stopping also. What the hell? Is it still booting from System 7? Hold on. 1 second. I think it's still booting from System 7, although it shouldn't. The SCSI ID is set differently. Yeah, SCSI could be broken, but then it's reading and installing from the disk. I don't know. That's weird, man. Oh yes, you can hack a power supply into that G4. I've never done it myself, but I've seen plenty of people online do it. So I'm sure if you do a few Google searches, you could find some stuff about that. Let's just double check here. Nope, same thing. Yeah, could be a memory error. Let's check it out. Oh boy. Yes, I have tried a different video card. Unfortunately, that did not resolve the issue. Okay, so let's put the board down here. Let's get the microscope view back here. Hi. Okay. All right, 1 second. Okay, so let's take a look at the memory. So I'm going to remove the ROM sim to make this a little bit easier for us. And we're going to remove the memory modules one by one. The video is delayed. I'm sorry. OBS does this sometimes. There's a little fuzz, but not directly on the slot. Let's take a look. This board is so comically large. Alright. Let's take a look here. Up. Well, that could be a problem. I don't know how I missed that. Yeah, it could be a problem. Yeah, it appears to be intact. But we have another little problem here. boy. Oh, we have more over here. Those don't appear too bad, to be honest. There's plenty of gunk and stuff by these, though. See, that looks okay. Yeah. Oh, I didn't even notice that one, Justin. Thank you. Jeez. What happens when I've been staring at something for 4.5 hours straight? Well, let's do some probing. I bet you all of this connects, well, bet you all this connects fine. Yep. Yep. I mean, there certainly could be a lot of this electrolytic goo bridging a connection that should not be bridged. So we could, yeah, look at all this crap in there. We certainly do a vigorous cleaning here. No worries, Rudy. Take care. Do love some probing. Oh, Trina. The borderline tonight, huh? Oh gosh. All right, let's finally take a look at these slots here. It's fine-ish. Alright, thank goodness that's fine, because that would not have been fun to repair. Oh, is that corrosion or a shadow? It's hard to tell. Oh. How did corrosion get in here? What the heck, man? Not cool. Not cool. A lot of this stuff just seems to be gunk on the surface, but let's start again, because I want to make sure I'm paying close attention to this. Okay. No worries, Bruce. You missed a heck of a roller coaster ride. Oh boy. I mean, they're not that dirty. They look very shiny to me from this view. All right. Where the heck did that toothbrush go? Because I feel like scrubbing some stuff. Especially these guys. Multimeter, this is not the time for your antics. Found some mild corrosion here, which is always fun. So we're really going to go to town. Because Snooper fails the memory test. So there has to be something going on here, and we cannot boot to System 7. It just hangs at the Welcome to Macintosh. So I originally thought it was the serial ports, but Snooper gave us a memory error. So I swear to the corner of my eye, you had some vertical lines. Serial or ADB. Okay, well, the mouse and keyboard seem to work okay. Let's take a look at the underside of the board. Adam did do some battery soldering here, but I don't think that would have caused anything. So clean that up. I'm just looking under to see if I see anything that looks weird. I'm just taking the board away for a second to take a look-see. Looks okay, I suppose. I'm just surprised we got the darn thing to chime. I thought I'd be fighting with it for ages just to get it to chime. Oh, we're missing a capacitor on the board. We're missing a capacitor on the board because I'm an idiot. I don't think that would have caused it, but maybe something. Look at that. Oh, lousy camera. There we go. Well, let's put that cap back on. Oops. Still going, Wells. You got that right. Oh, we got some fun looking traces there. Why didn't I scrape those before? It seems okay. Oh, wait. There's more. You sure know how to pick 'em, Adam. Oh, didn't realize how nasty these were. This needs like a lot of ultrasonic cleaning. Like a lot. Ultrasonic cleaning, Bruce. That's what you told me. And that's what you were going to say until I ultrasonically clean it. Ow! Well, I sliced myself good. Time to run upstairs and get a Band-Aid. It's not bad. It's just... Ow. Well. Ow. Well, where's the tape? There we go. I held the wrong end of the scalpel with too much enthusiasm. There we go. Capped on tape helps. So many little dots. Oh boy. Justin. I just ran Snooper on the 170. Troubleshoot my external SCSI. Won't work. All the printer ports tests failed, and some of the modem port tests failed. Why would that be caused? Electrical outlet. If you do not have the loopback wires that originally came with Snooper, you will get errors unless there's a device plugged into there, I believe. Or even with a device, I'm not sure. But that's interesting. Look at all these nice little dots. So nice. Look at all the dots. All the dots. All the dots. I'm curious about something. Let's get the multimeter out. It's a trick, Bruce. It's a trick. Don't listen to Nate. Good luck there, buddy. That's all I could say. Is that not connecting? So we have that line there. Okay, never mind. That's fine. What did I say? There was a spot above where you were just scraping. Over here? By the ROM sim? I mean, that's just dirt. It's hard for you guys to see. That is. It should just be dirt. Or maybe it's not. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see. Well, that's fine. It looks like that's connecting. But thank you for the heads up. If you guys see something, let me know. Alright, so here, these two are the ADB ports. Let's take a look at the back of these. No, Bruce, he wants to try and fix them. He's not taking any prisoners. As I keep joking, good luck. Alright, let's take a look at these ADB ports. That's my feeling, Bruce. I hate to be a Debbie Downer or anything like that, but it's a very advanced job. Not to put anybody off, you know, you want to try it, go ahead and try it. But I would set your expectations low so you don't disappoint yourself. And if you had to work, more power to you, man. So many little tiny dots. Rust. This was a fun trace to do, I can tell you that. So much fun. So much fun. Well, this one turned orange. They wanted to be special. Oh, gosh. Extreme corrosion is the only thing I could think of. Oh boy. Well, let's put on the capacitor on that we should have done like 20 minutes ago. 40 minutes ago. I doubt it's going to make a difference, but it'll make me feel better. .47 microfarad, 16 volt. I want to skip to the end. I want this to work. My back hurts. My neck hurts. I'm all achy. I've been going for 5 hours and 17 minutes. Wouldn't it be funny if that cap fixed everything? I'd be like, yay, fixed everything. Yay, good night, yay. This board just doesn't need an ultrasonic cleaning. It needs like to be dumped in an ultrasonic cleaner within an ultrasonic cleaner within another ultrasonic cleaner. Hey, there you go, electrical outlet. Good job. Now send some of that good luck over my way, okay? It's like the Quadra 840 AV all over again. Every time I see a trace, I'm like, oh wait, that could be... Nope, it's fine. Oh boy, look at this. This board is a gift that keeps on giving. If only I was charging by scalpel stroke. My goodness. Is that corroded through right there? Well, I guess we'll find out. Oof. Well, at one point that was used for something. Hopefully that was just a test point of some kind. Yeah, I'm using the same memory that was in your working one, Adam. But I'm happy to try another pair. Ugh. Let's take a look at that from the other side. So that is on that side. Wait. Yeah, no, it will be over here. So that be 2 dots up. No, I don't see anything from the bottom of it. Hey, Bill, how's it going? Yeah, hopefully, because it is gone. Oh, boy. Let me turn off my camcorder before it dies on me. I mean, these all appear okay. Yes, there might be a PCB under all of this corrosion. Oh boy. Dang it. Thought that was something. There's so much corrosion. What the heck, man? There's so much of it. It's ridiculous. You missed corrosion. Oh. Okay. Going back. Over here? Good eye. I bet it's probably nothing. You pile of... Why I oughta... Yeah. Is that the one, folks? Oh boy. Oh, we got another little guy here. That seems okay. I think this is just a candidate for ultrasonically cleaning and trying another day. Because of the amount of corrosion and grime on this board, would not be surprised at all if it was just like one little thing touching something it shouldn't. I want to give a stern talking to the original owner of this board. How dare you! Oh boy. Very sassy multimeter. I only really had to run 3 wires, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, there could be others I just have not seen. But we've been trying a few things, like scrubbing and scrubbing more. I'm just taking a look with my eyes to see if I notice anything from further away than the microscope. Of course, the axial capacitors have not been recapped. I would not imagine that would be what's causing the problems that we're experiencing. I'm going to do a probe over here, because this is pretty nasty. Nope. I mean, that's a very thin connection. And I'd want to fix that, but that's fine. Oh, what about this guy? Wait. We got a break. Woohoo! We found a freaking break. Thank goodness. Something we could work on. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Good night, Reed. Thank you very much for joining. Dun, dun, dun. Give me a break. I bet that's an address line. A couple of traces down, you might have 2 breaks. Let's see. Let's see. Oops. Over here? Those look okay. Well, let's work on this one first. Then we'll get to that. Now, you stay there for like 1 second while I cut this trace. Get that big spool out of the way. Continue. Reflow a graphics card. Oh, that's always fun. Oh, we lifted the trace. No, stay there. Oh, come on. We had it. I had to mess it all up, didn't I? I had to make it all perfect and straight, which there's no way I'm going to do with these tweezers. Where's the other ones? There they are. Oh, wait, these are the crooked ones. The wire is so tiny. Alright, hopefully that does a thing. A good thing. Why'd you turn off? Okay. Gosh, so many little dots. And so, Justin, you thought we had more broken traces. You're probably right. Let's take a look. You said further down, huh? Let's clean this up a little bit first. Ooh, any good things at the recycler there, Bill? That sounds exciting. It's always dangerous, though. You run out of space real quick. Four traces down from the last repair. Yes, sir. We'll look there in 1 second. Okay, so the last repair was done here. 4 traces down. 1, a 2, a 3, a 4. Here, I mean, this looks to me like it's okay. But maybe on the camera it doesn't. Oh, Bill, that's awesome. 2 Mac 2Cs, or 2CIs rather, or Apple 2Cs, you mean? And a Centris. Not bad at all. So that line went to this pin there. A Mac 2CI, ooh, even better. Let's fix that up a bit. Alright, I say we test it again, huh? We've done enough things where something could potentially be fixed. Potentially. Who knows? Oh god. Let's try it. I'm so confident I'm turning off the soldering iron. No, Steven, that just means you want to go upstairs and stop working on this stuff. Maybe. Maybe. Alright, we're going to test this again. Oh boy. Just because Bruce is here, it's going to work flawlessly. Right, Bruce? Alright, where's the ROM and all that stuffs? Okay, let's turn the monitor on. Oh, sorry. I was saying, Bruce, that, and I apologize. I always realize the microphone is so far away. Just because you're here, it's going to work now. All right. Let's see if this wants to work. 3. Wait. Just in case anything blows up. 3, 2, 1. Would help if the keyboard's plugged in. Alright, let's try it again. 3, 2, 1. No lines! Woohoo! Yay! Let's see if it'll still boot. Or still fail to boot, rather. Holy crap! It's booting. Hey! We only have color! It was because Bruce is here. That's why. Look at that, guys. Woohoo! Alright, I want to restart to System 6 so we're using up less memory. Hey, thank you, Adam. Appreciate the super chat. Eep! It's alive! Holy crap, that was a fast startup. Let's count. Let's do a stopwatch of that. I want to see that again. All right, let's click restart. That's not in frame. Well, let's go. 3, 2, 1. Seven seconds. That's insane. Oh my goodness. Magic. All right, let's. Oh, that's right. I'm still in. Yeah. All right, so now let's open up Snooper. So we have to copy this over in case we ever want to make this disk image on a different system. Yes, I know there's no memory test, but it's still very, very quick. I'm going to do everything but the modem and printer port because I'm just curious, and then we'll come back to that. So now it's testing the memory again. Hopefully we don't have a problem. Test passed! Yes! Thank you, guys. Yeah, it's better than the 840AV. It boots up. And Tom, we got it to work! Woohoo! So far, so good. It passed the RAM test it failed before. SCSI passed. Clamp for the processor. We fixed one trace, we put on one cap, and we scrubbed the heck out of it. So we have one more board for me to fix for Adam. That'll be on another stream, I'm sure. Alright. So now it's going to test the FPU. Alright, so let's do the modem port. It will probably fail, but it shouldn't freeze the machine. So let's see. Yeah, because I don't have that loopback connector, but at least it's not like freezing up. Sweet. No, Trina. Oh God. Alright, cool. Look at that, man. That's pretty darn cool. I'm pretty proud of that. I'm going to take a picture here. In fact, let's shut it down now. My goodness. Oh, yes. Other NuBus slots. Sure. Oh, boy. All right. So, same card. We're just going to keep moving it into each different slot, okay? We're going to press our luck because Adam insists. All right. Hey, William. Nothing in slot 2. Slot 2 is not happy. Let's reseat the card. Try again. No, slot 2 is not happy. Which, that's the one that had all the gunk on there. Let's try slot 3. I'm counting inward out. Strange. Doesn't like slot 3 either. Let's try slot 4. Ugh. Are you serious? Slot 5. The card shouldn't have a preference towards a slot. Unless we bent a pin or something? Nope, all the pins look okay. Let's try slot 6, which I did try very early on and we didn't get anything. We still get the flicker from the screen, but not much. Yeah, there could be a broken ground or something. That's a good point. Let's try slot 1 again. Hope we didn't break anything. Alright, so slot 1 works at least. Yay? Question mark? So, well, at least... Oh boy. Rare 1 slot Mac. At least we got some progress, huh? Hey, I'm pretty happy. That's showing any signs of life. You saw the shape of that poor thing. Oh, but yeah, I don't know if they're connected in a series or what, but there's a lot of gunk. I don't want to have to desolder one of those connectors. I'll tell you that right now. No, thank you. No, thank you. Oh, boy. Hopefully it's just like one pin that's not making a connection. How long have we been going here? 5 hours and 52 minutes. Was there ever a NuBus network NIC, like a network interface controller, like an Ethernet card? Of course there were. Yeah, I got plenty of them. The ultrasonic cleaner will most definitely help. I'm just curious if these are wired in parallel, if the multimeter will tell us that. No, Reed, no, I thought you were going to bed. Oh, God. It hurts. It burns. All right, I'm not going to use the microscope view because I'm not going to use it myself, but I'm just looking to see. The NuBus slots are over here. Genius. All right, so the first slot works. And then we have lovely corrosion. So let's just do some probing. Yeah, the ground is okay. They all seem to also be wired in parallel. Well, I guess there's one way to figure this out. No, Tom. Quiet. Quiet, you. If it's wired in parallel, we should be able to find the break pretty easily. Sorry for all the beeps. Up, 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 up. If that's wired in parallel, that might be a problem. Well, I found one pin so far. Let's just do the rest. All right, last row. Oh, found another one. Interesting. This one seems to be grounded differently, but I think that's okay. Yeah, it looks like Interesting. It looks like some of it's like one or two pins are wired a little differently, but let me see something here. Okay, and then it was this one here. Oh, wait, that's fine now. No, wait, it was this one here. Alright, so I'm going to put a little mark on the board with a marker. If I could reach my butt over there to grab a marker. I see there's a bunch of chat for me to read. Sorry, 1 second, folks. Okay, and then this one here. Alright, so... Alright, enough out of you. We're a very needy multimeter. Okay, so... I don't know if the microscope will focus because we have it a little bit high up with the memory slots and everything, but... There are 2 spots here. This pin here, and that pin there. Alright, so, pins, RIDs, if I'm reading this, I'm planning a video about weird NuBus cards. Let's see, 3 shorts, 3 long, 3 shorts. There has to be a common line across all the slots for all of them to fail. Hi, Steve, and everybody. Hey, Dave, how's it going? Any 2x, I respect the 2x. Well, let's take a look. Okay, so time to identify what pin is what. I don't know what that would be on a NuBus connector. I do not know. Let's see, that's the ROMs. That's ROM. Oh, I have to scroll down. Dilly. I think you said last page. Sorry, I just have this open in another tab here. Let's just scroll down. Yeah, I have these schematics on the machine, but there's the new chip there. So Justin said, Steve, let's see the last page. Okay. Alright, so I see all the chips there, and I see the new chip. Oh, NuBus sockets J10 to J15, pin view. X equals ground, O equals open. Oh, boy. That looks fun. Jeez. Alright, let me see something here. Look in the bottom corner. Okay, 1 second. Just looking at this here. So this is slot B. No, I'm sorry. E, D, C, B, A, 9. So this one is 9. I'm just marking them on the bottom so I could check. Then A, B, C. A, B, C. And then we have D and E. Okay. Yeah, I should definitely ultrasonic. I'm just curious. Ow. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know which pin is 1 and 2 or anything on this. I could find a ground, but that's really all I could guess. There are only 2 pins that seem to be... Let me just bring this out again. Let's see something here. This guy won't connect here. And this guy won't connect there. But that's fine elsewise. Okay, so in parallel, D, C, B, A, and 9 all connect to those 2 pins, but E does not. So, but I swear video worked on one of the other ones. So maybe we just scrub something away. That could be very, very possible. Right, I'm just going to look very carefully. Don't really see too much here. Oh, over there's pretty rough. Let me see something here. I need to find on the top, just below the Bodge wire. Okay, let's take a look here. Just below the Bodge wire. Well, it looks rusty to me, but that might be a break. Let's see. I unfortunately think that is still connected through the grace of some deity. I'm not sure. Pick your favorite. That's a break, all right. And let's see if that corresponds to the rough area. Well, that would be port 2 and onward, right? Maybe? No, that's not around where I was noticing the pin issues, but we can fix that anyway. Because I love doing repairs in close combat zones or whatever. Yeah, that's a... This board's all sorts of cursed. Looks like there was maybe just a little bit there before, and then from all the scrubbing and stuff we did, it felt a little left out, and it's like, you know what? If all those traces are going to be corroded too, I want to be corroded also. And I'm going to bet dollars to donuts I'm going to have to melt this. I don't want to melt the NuBus slot, but Adam had to be thorough and have us check. See if maybe I could tack it in the middle there. help me. Oh boy, that's the frickin' closest quarter solder job I've done. Woo! All right. Just need to touch that up just a little. Why am I using the probe? Because it's what you had in your hand, you idiot. Close enough. Open heart surgery. I need another scalpel. All right. So that might help. Good eye, Justin, and whoever else noticed that. That doesn't look good either. So what I was originally going to do, now that the multimeter is shut off and made me angry, was going to determine... Oh. Okay. Melted your NuBus slot. I don't think I melted it, actually. No? I got close, but... Alright, so... This is where we're focusing on now. Oh, found a break. Between slot 1 and 2. Look at all that. Oh, man. That doesn't look too hot either. Yep, there's a break as well. So we have here and here. We got two right there. That's going to be a fun one. I know I could probably do it from the other side. Let's see if that corresponds to the pins on the bottom. No, it doesn't actually. But ow. But we do have brakes, so we gotta fix them. It's the only thing we gotta do then. Alright, so this is going to be interesting. Yeah, I don't know if a solder ball will do it, but I also want it to be a permanent solution. I don't want like the ultrasonic cleaner or something like that to just like melt it away. I can really see the break there now. Yeah, I don't know if turning the board would actually solve the issue. I think it would just make it more difficult. Alright, we did this twice before. What's the third and fourth time, huh? I bet you Bruce is looking at this like, well, I'm glad I'm not doing that. Oh, quiet, you lousy multimeter. My wife just texted me. Is that beeping you? Yes. Sorry. 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 This is gonna be fun. I think that was the one, right? Oh wait, it might have been this one. Yeah, it was that one. Damn it. Well, we secured that one too. Oh gosh. I need a third pair of hands. Well, I guess not a third pair, but a third arm. Of course that wire is now bent the way I don't want it. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Still think I need to mount the edge down a little bit better. Yeah, because that's still up in the air there. But okay. I think that did it. All right, now one more. I almost pulled this wire. That would have really made a mess out of things. Now, if this doesn't solve it, I think we're going to call it a night. Because, I have to admit, I've tried quite a bit. Not too much, but I don't care at this point. Why do I keep trying it without the tweezers? Fingers are not that fancy. We've been there for 6 hours and 20 minutes. I did take a break for dinner, but still. One of my longer streams. Please like, subscribe, chat, super chat, all that stuff. Please. Please. My dollar per hour ratio of at least in the ad revenue is depressing when it gets these long. No, I'm kidding. Thank you to everyone who has liked and super chat and all that stuff so far. Greatly appreciate it. Ow, wire is hot. think that's okay, I think. Oh, thank you very much, Plin to Play. You didn't have to do that. Lots of people don't give a flux, but you do. Thank you. Eep! It's very kind of you. Thank you very much. Yeah, my hands aren't the steadiest either. I just try my best. Alright, let's just take a look here. Yeah, that's fine, but that's making a connection there. It's hard to see because there's a lot of flux here. I think that's okay. This one was the one that had to be like right up there. I think that's okay too. So let's clean this very delicately. Oh, well, thank you so much, Trina. Greatly appreciate it. Eep! And print and play, eep! If I didn't eep you. This late into the stream, it's hard for me to remember my own name. Alright, let's probe the crap out of this. Sweet! What do you think? Should we give it a test? I say yes. Oh, boy. Oh, Justin. Eep! Thank you very much. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you. All right. Let's switch back to... Oh, did my camera battery die? Hopefully not. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Double eat me, so I felt like I owed you one. Eep! Thank you very much, Print to Play Retrospective. And Nate! Eep! Thank you very much. Flux it up. We will try. Oh, boy. Hopefully the last test of the night, folks. Try the second NuBus slot here. And I'm going to take my phone and point it there just in case anything blows up. Flux capacitors. Fluxing. All right. And guess there's nothing more to it than to do it. 3, 2, 1. Wait, monitor's beyond. 3, 2, 1. Come on, give us some video. Holy crap, we got video! Woohoo! Yay! Yay! All right, let's turn it off. Let's try the next slot. Let's push our luck, huh? 3. Slot 3. Here we go. Slot 4. There we go. Slot 5. Thank you, Tom. Eep. And here's the last one, fellas and ladies. Slot 6. Yes! Oh, boy. I am super excited. Oh, man. Woohoo! It only took 6 hours and 27 minutes, but we did it. Even though the SCSI ID is higher, it still likes to boot into System 7 for whatever reason, but... Alright. I call that a frickin' success. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Elemento, how long have you been there? Oh, gosh. Elemento, you missed a riveting 6 hours. This board, I had to do traces between the NuBus slots. Between them. And not just on one, but on two. Oh, and the traces of this one were in terrible shape. My goodness. Oh, boy. I don't know, Adam. Anything besides this board I think will be a cakewalk. That's why I wanted to do this one second, get it over with. My goodness. I'm excited they got that stupid thing done. Oh, man. Yeah, because at first what happened, to recap for anybody who just joined, this one was really nasty. So we were scraping so much corrosion off of it. And tempt plastic fade. That's a good one, Justin. Thank you, Elemento. So, yeah, what happened was we recapped it, and we were fixing traces along the way. When we finally got... No, I don't want to keep this one. I know it like the back of my hand. When we got to the traces, we were fixing things as we went along. I only had to fix like 3 or 4. And then when we booted up, we had jail bar lines, very thin jail bar lines on the screen. It's like, okay, that's weird. So we also did a memory test in Snooper, and it failed. And then we got a bus error, and it crashed. And so then we looked around on the board, cleaned it really, really heavily. I realized one capacitor by the Molex connector I didn't put in, so I installed that. And then there was a trace to the right of the second battery connector that wasn't connecting. So I fixed that. And then we got no lines. It booted up great. But only the first NuBus card slot worked, when previously one of the other card slots worked. So something was screwy here. And sure enough, I looked where we were scrubbing and cleaning. I just wore away what remained of 2 traces between the first slot on the right and the next one to proceed. So that was fun. We had to put 2 or 3 traces in between. 3 traces. I put one accidentally in there, but it's just for good measure. Between there, and my goodness. Oh, goodness. That, wow. Assuming you fixed the 3rd. Okay, Adam. Challenge accepted. Where did I put the 3rd? Oh, it's over there in the bag still. All right. Well. Wow. Well, I'll sign that one for you, Adam, because that's a work of art. My goodness, folks. Well, I think I've deserved to wrap this up here because hereby award you this SS Minnow Computer Repair Award, first class, a 6-hour tour. Thank you, Sinister Pisces. Well done. This is a Mac 2X. Yep, that is correct. We know the floppy drive works too. Yep, I'm curious to see what's on the hard drive, but I'm not going to go there at this point in time. 6 hours times $200 an hour. I don't think Adam's going to pay me that much for it. Hulk, smash the like button. Yes, please, if you do enjoy this video, if you did enjoy this video, if you liked the live stream, please like the button, and please make sure you're subscribed. I'm like less than 100 subscribers away from 10,000, which I can't even comprehend at this point in time. But I'm very curious to test that hard drive, Adam, because who knows, maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. Maybe there'll be some interesting data on there. Now do it again, but blindfolded. No! Oh, boy. Make a signature out of the Bodge wire and epoxy onto the board. That's a great idea, Elemento. It's a great idea. Oh, boy. All right, folks. Well, thank you. Yeah, well, these repairs take a lot of time sometimes. What's the process to wrap up a repair after everything seems to work on the stream? I know you always sonic boards, but anything after that? Not really. Ultrasonically clean it. I dry the board, and I run the same hardware and software tests like Snooper that I did previously, just to make sure the ultrasonic cleaner didn't screw anything up. So there. Do the third 2X board blindfolded. No, thank you. No, thank you. Oh, boy. Well, that's certainly been an entertaining experience. I'm looking at, that's that one. Sorry, just talking to myself here, because this is let me just pull out the last board here. Yeah, we need plenty of solder mask, plenty. That's something I forgot to say. Let me bend down here. Just move the camera out of the way. Yeah, so this is, I believe, this is the other one that I have not recapped yet. So this is the one, Adam, that it looks like you recapped, but you said there was a pad lifted, I think. I believe. I see one little spot of corrosion. Oh, there's the lifted pad, yeah. I see it. I see it. Oh, yeah, and there's a trace by that chip, of course, that needs fixing. Yeah, this will be an interesting one. I'm just going to scratch this now, because I see it, and then I'll see it later. Yeah, there's quite a little few marks here that we do have to take care of. But this looks to be in much better shape. So hopefully this just needs a little bit of fixing up. And this one will be all good to go. We do have a little bit of corrosion here. Might save the easiest one for last, but hey, maybe I'm jinxing myself. Alright, Adam. Well, no worries. Looks like all the caps are on here. Yep. All the caps are on here at least, so I'll try and reuse whatever you have, and I'll do the axials as well. I have to do the axials on the other ones. I just didn't do them because... Wait, did I do it on that one? No, I didn't do any of the axials on any of them yet, so that'll have to do it. But do not trust any of my cap work on that. I will multimeter the heck out of it, sir. You have my word. Now I'll make for another fun live stream. But this one looks... The board looks like... There's no corrosion at all compared to that one. My goodness. My goodness. All right. Sorry, let me just scroll up here. No, the 2X and the two boards are basically about the same size. Exactly the same case. Wife's toothbrush. Use the Ben Heck approach. Taste all the residue to figure out what was causing the corrosion. No, thank you. Yes, we have to clean it up and get all the flux off before putting any UV solder mask on. Stevie's going to need a lot. SEC disclaimer, I'm joking. Oh, Justin. Oh, boy. Is the removal of caps called decapinating? I call it, well, removal, capacitor removal, but decapping, I guess? Sure, why not? But anyway. Oh, boy. So I think I'm going to end it here. My goodness, we've been here for over 6.5 hours. But we were successful. Yay. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Going to get a clear 2X case for those boards. I wish. It'd be cool. But anyway, it's been a lovely time here. Thank you so much for all the likes, subscribes, and super chats. There will be another video, I'm sure, coming out, a non-scripted video, a main video, non-live video, I guess, sometime soon. But I sink all my time into this, and I'm job hunting, so interesting. But anyway, let me turn off the soldering iron before I forget. It's a problem. But yeah, that's about it. Thank you so much, folks, for hanging out. Retro Fox, you've been here from the beginning. All right, I think we all need some sleep and some rest. I'm going to go pass out in front of the TV for a while. Watch somebody else do something. Bruce, you're up next. But hey, it feels good going out on something that you fixed multiple problems with. So excellent. Anyway, folks, thank you very much for stopping by. Make sure you like and subscribe. I'm almost at 10,000 subscribers, so if you're watching this and you have not subscribed, please consider doing so. And that's about it for now. Thank you. Take care, and I'll see you next time. Bye.